Give me one more moment, as I think I've got the YouTube room back, but I think everybody got kicked out. All right, I can't worry about that now. All right, so we are seeing actually a little bit of a bounce in some of these. You know, these gap down and goes that I've been watching, a little bit of a bounce. What the market is trying. Let's take a look at the SPY right now. So we had a big bottoming tail there. So the SPY is actually trying to recover another big bottoming tail here. You know, the sellers have been trying, but the buyers are trying to keep this under control. I know I mentioned Mosey. Wow, I mentioned Mosey. Where did I mention Mosey? Right around here, I think. As one of the only ones that was really moving higher. It was a little earlier, and now it's just been halted, yes. Yeah, guys in the YouTube stream, I was just telling them I had a problem, had to do a relaunch. Okay, Lance, so let me just put in any line, okay? So I'm going to mark up. Here's a horizontal line, so I want to get rid of it. Any markup, okay? So all you do is you go up to, see, get your mouse pointer when it changes to that icon. Okay, left click your mouse and hit delete on your keyboard, okay? So basically when the icon changes, and then left click on your mouse and then hit delete on your keyboard. Well, no, it's not simple. It is simple when you know how to do it. It's very simple when you know how to do it, but it's not intuitive. Anything is simple once you know how to do it, generally. Other than maybe brain surgery and things like that. But, you know what I mean, though? Seriously, I mean, some of the things are intuitive, some are not. So nothing on my watch list, either up or down. Here's one I missed. PBF, gap down and go. The alert was at 1446, right up here. Missed this one during my little outage. AMTX is a gap down and go. What was the low yesterday? Wow, way down here, underneath 10. AMTX. Well, the exits are based on a couple of things. I mean, obviously, if the stop gets hit, number one, so that's based on some math. Um, some of the strategies have hold periods, like 60 minutes, a couple of hours. So the AI, Holly will get out of the trade if the hold period is met. You don't have to, of course. Sometimes an algo kicks in. You know, the stock might pop up, and then as it starts drifting down, an algo will kick in to protect profit. I mean, that's all I can really tell you. Well, that's why I'm always saying, manage the exits on your own. You'll do better. Sugar. MP. Man, I wanted this one. Guys, look at this. And now we're getting a big red bar now. So that little glimmer of hope is short-lived. Get your short hats on. You won't short? Well, you're missing half the market. Well, more than half right now. Yeah, if you want to play ETFs, absolutely, yes. But if you want to find it, but if you're not going to short individual stocks, well, that's just your that's up to you. Yeah, again, 100%. We do not recommend auto trading the AI. Case closed. You know, I know everybody wants to. You know, if you want to try it, use it. Try it in the simulator, and see how it works. So Mosey just resumed. And it continues. So this is the star of the day by far. Mosey is the star of the day. Look at this. I still don't even see any news on it. When I say news, I mean I see some news from the 17th, but I don't see any news today from Mosey. Because you won't make any money if you auto trade the AI. How's that? I'll be very blunt about that. If you let it run automatically in terms of entries and exits, I don't think you won't be happy. Try it in the simulator. Try it in the simulator. I just keep saying that. Try it in the simulator and just see what happens. Well, when you say a buy signal, I mean, we had an alert here, you know, that Mosey was moving, you know, right here at $4. Is this a buy signal? We don't know it's going to do this. So I can't say this is a buy signal, but we had an alert here that it was moving. It was over 4. I know I mentioned it here. I didn't know it was going to do this. You know, especially, even though, I mean, this is an alpha stock, absolute definition of an alpha stock. It doesn't care what the rest of the market's doing as we speak. It's also not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. When I have enough time to look at the AI, I use it as a watch list. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, okay, when you ask for a target, so here's the high right there. I mean, it may struggle to get back up there. That's not a target. These are just resistance areas right now, the high of the day right now. If it happened to get up to that high, look what it did though. It got up to the next high looking left on the weekly chart for Mosey was 563. So if you'd been in this trade anywhere in this area, all right, you had to be aware of that high looking left. That doesn't, that could have stalled it, and it looks like it did. I mean, it got a little bit above it. 563 was the high. What did it get up to? 574. So it did get 11 cents above that high. Would I use that as a target? I mean, not necessarily, but look at what it did also. I mean, the next high looking left, 509, it blasted right through that as if nothing. So I don't set targets so much as I look for potential resistance areas. I suppose some maybe this is just semantics. Twitter coming back, guys. Twitter, TWTR, coming back. Nice move for Twitter if you follow Twitter at all. But look at the market. Wow. 500. So far, no bounce in this market. So far. Looked like maybe there was going to be a little bounce here, but not yet. I can't remember where I saw Mosey, Riley. It's not on one of these, I don't think, but here it is on the halts. I can't remember where I saw it first. PBF was the one. Yikes, PBF was the one on the gap down and go. Look at this. I mean, just kept gap down and going. Well, again, if you want I've changed up the layout. I've put in the similar here. That's all. But go to my home page tab right here, and you can have my layout home page right here. And you click on that, go to the scan section, and you'll see at the top, when you see you'll see Barry's layout. Okay, you can click on that, and that is in essence my layout. Some of the Mosey charts have red and green like Holly trades. I don't see them here. I mean, typically, are you talking about buy like this? I just had this one up, PBF. You talking about like there, or like a buy right there for PBF as an example? Oh, the shading. That's just that's kind of a targeting. Okay, so if you took this trade right now at 530, your smart stop would be here at 497. The target is, you can't quite see it. It'd be up here. The target is just double the stop, okay? Nothing scientific. There's no setting. Oh, okay, I shouldn't say setting. There is. I'm sorry. So if you right-click on a chart and click on Properties and Show Smart, if you don't have this checked, thought it was the default, but maybe not. Just check Show Smart Risk Levels. See if I uncheck it. You don't see it anymore. Actually, you do. Oh, on this one you don't. On this one you do but you see, you don't see it anymore. So right-click, Properties, Show Smart Risk Levels, and you'll see that. Okay. This is just a guide. You have to click on an alert. Once you click on an alert, you should see them. Now it may be off. You may not be able to see it depending on your chart. You know, the 15-minute chart, you may not be able to see it. But you have to click on an alert. So again, this is telling me that if I got into the trade at 264 right now, wanted to go long, my stop would be here. This is a guide, okay? Just a guide. You don't have to follow it. That is possible. Though I don't... Yeah, I guess that's possible. If you have an earnings per share, an EPS filter, in order to filter out ETFs, I suppose it's possible. Mosey didn't show up. It is showing up here, though. It's a similar stock window, Saeed, okay? If you click on this window here and you click on similar, it's this window here. I decided to put it here just to show you what it looks like. Now this is, I've got it on price act. Oh, that's why I've got it on price action. So this is in theory showing you stocks with similar price action as opposed to the competitors. You know, this is a toggle back and forth. So you just click on similar, and if you want, then you can duplicate the window. That's all I did, and put it here. Yeah, Mosey will show up. I think the issue is, you know, I'll use why it might not show up here is because I'm using this EPS filter, okay, putting 0.001 and minus 0.001, the EPS. What this does is it typically blocks ETFs from showing up, okay? Well, I don't want to see ETFs. Every now and then, though, it'll block a stock that, in theory, would have had earnings at some point, be they negative or positive. This is just a trick. But every now and then, yeah, a stock gets blocked because you have that filter in. You don't have to have that filter in. It's just a trick in order to not see ETFs. Well, this was a gap down and reverse. FUBO, F-U-B-O, gap down and reverse. As opposed to the IOVA, there's two I wanted to really pay attention to. The IOVA and the PBF. Now, I'm a little skeptical about the gap down and reverses right now, unless the market starts to move, at least stop moving down. The market doesn't have to be moving up. I certainly don't want it to be moving down if you're going to play a gap down and reverse, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know Crow. I'm sorry, Hamza. Is that some kind of a crypto play? I have no idea. Yeah, no, I'm not a crypto follower, Hamza. Sorry. Well, I'm seeing a few gap down and reverses. Here's another one, guys. CUK. CUK. So this is Carnival. CCL was strong yesterday, for a while anyway. Is a gap down and reverse. Any of these, though, I have no faith that they're going to keep moving. So if you're going to take them, I'd be very quick. If you get a little profit, I'd be taking some out. Keep an eye on it though. CUK, the longer it holds over 23. I mean, obviously it's got room. How's CCL doing? I'm sure it's probably doing the same thing. Yeah, CCL is doing the same thing. Okay, I'm going to stick an alert around 23.10 for the CUK. See if it takes that out. Gets the bid to 23.10. But again, it doesn't look good. So that's my alert. 23.10. See if it gets back up there. Okay, nice. Not a bad little earnings play, guys. This is an all-time high now for ZIM. I mean, look at what it did. It got all the way down to 40, and then it popped $4. Whew, well, what a morning. I mean, we're not seeing too many good bounces, if that's what you're into. I mean, there are some, but certainly not a lot. I will keep an eye on CUK just in case it gets over, say, 21.10. Sorry, 23.10. 23.10 on the bid. Well, there it is. Let's see. And drop right back down again. No, we're starting to see a lot of gap down and reverses, I have to admit. I mean, my gap down and reverses, I mean, remember the MP was way down here, was a gap down and go down. We're seeing some gap down and reversals now. All right, first of all, what time is it? 10:23. So first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday, and Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen, live on the mic. Here's another gap down and reverse CHPT. The CUK is just hanging around that 2310 level. All right, well, okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about my homepage and the information you can find on it. Okay, so I put the link in there, and there's the tab also, my homepage tab. So if you click on it, and here's the link, is what you're going to see. You want to take out a subscription right now? Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month. This is how much Trade Ideas will cost. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year, minus that 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The main difference is the AI. I'll show you that in a second. There are other differences, but that's the main reason people want to have a look at our premium service. You don't have to. In fact, I do not recommend, if you don't know Trade Ideas at all, do not take out an annual subscription. You can always try us out monthly. $118, $228, premium or standard and premium, minus the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day. I have no idea what I'm going to do today. Stock of the day video. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Here are all the scans. You click here. Here's my layout right up here. Plus individual scans that I am sharing. Okay? Education link. Big education link right here. Including the 20 lessons. Click on that. This is what you're going to see. If you're new to Trade Ideas, just give me a moment here. So this is what you're going to see, the 20 lessons, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. Okay, this is Holly down here. We nickname our AI Holly. So a lot of information here. Really recommend if you're just if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, take a look at this. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also take a look. You'll see what the basic features that we have to offer. Daily support session. So I do moderate a YouTube feed at the same time as this one. I take a break around noon Eastern. One of the other traders. So today is Michael Noss. If you guys are really interested in using Brokerage Plus, this window, which I'm going to go over in a bit, Brokerage Plus, automated trading to a certain extent, Michael is certainly the man, okay? So between 12 and 1, he'll be there in our YouTube room. So Gordon, if you're here, I hope you have all your questions saved up. Next week, we should be back to our normal schedule of webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos. You want to have a little more insight about the AI. This is a video on the AI, starting trade ideas from scratch. So we have some good videos here, educational videos about our product. And also, if you're new to trading, back to basics, the aforementioned Michael Noss, he put together this little 36-part video series, very quick vids. All right. If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? And some trading ebooks that we have. I can answer that question, Value. I've never shorted it. So the last time is never. I just don't trade ETFs. Okay, good question, GI. Yeah, as long as you save everything you've done, first of all, just wait. There will be a nice promo code for you, okay? Probably, it might even be today. I might even have a promo code today. Number one, okay? So just wait. When the trial's over, I know what you're talking about. It's over on Friday. But there should be a promo code that I'm going to be able to hand out today if you want to take out a subscription. Secondly, everything you've done. So if you're part of this trial, the test drive, make sure you save everything to the cloud. If you save everything to the cloud, your layouts, your individual windows, if you do take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email that you use to sign up for the test drive, then everything you've saved will be available to you, okay? So that makes sense? So just make sure you save everything to the cloud. Not sure how I can help you there, Wolfram. Flip to the front all at once. You might have to go to our homepage and ask that question. I'm not sure how I can help you. I don't have that issue, of course. But you can ask that question. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, go to our homepage and there'll be a little like start discussion and ask that question. Okay, one of our tech guys may have an answer for you. I don't. All right, guys, so generally what Trade Ideas is, we're a scanner. Okay, this is an example of a scan I put together. We scan the US markets. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan I put together. Here are the filters that I'm using. I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume, this is a very powerful filter that we have, our relative volume or current volume filter. So it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. And I have other filters in place, all right? Now, if you ask me, well, why am I looking at stocks between 1 and 20? It's because I like them, okay? You don't have to. If you take this scan, which I'm sharing, and you have a different idea about what you'd like to do, of course you can change it. If you wanted to change it, to 10 and 100. You can do so. I'm not going to do it because it'll wipe out my alerts, but you can do so very easily. I'm just going to cancel. So these are the filters that I'm using. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's what you can do. You can create your own scans, of course. And what we decided as a company, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we said, okay, we'll try to create enough alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. And I'm going to scroll all the way down. When you see this icon, these icons, these are the filters that we have. All right, so we feel that we've created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to create the type of scan that you want. The AI, this is typically, if you want to have the AI or take a look at it, click on New from our toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. All right. When you do that, you'll see the alerts as they come in. You'll have an entry price. You'll have a stop. How you manage them will be up to you. What I would do, if you do load that window, I would incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to do it every day. Yeah, guys, again, these gap down and reverses. I mean, the CUK, it was okay. I grabbed a couple of pennies out of it, but I mean, unless the market really puts in some kind of a trend up, it doesn't have to be huge. You don't have to see giant green candles, but something that just shows us that we're in at least semi-bounce mode for 45 minutes to an hour. These gap down and reverses probably are not going to work very well today. Okay, this is this window you see here is called our Brokerage Plus window, and only available if you are on our app, the downloadable application. If you're on our web-based version, not available. And if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade your account if you want. Don't have to do it. Not mandatory. I say that because people get the wrong idea that if they don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, somehow they can't use trade ideas. Okay, that's obviously not the case. It's a nice feature, but you don't have to use it. If you don't have IB or E-Trade, doesn't matter. You can still use trade ideas. But if you do happen to have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, I popped in a link. It has 2 videos. The first video shows you how you can connect to either E-Trade or Interactive Brokers. And the second video shows you how you can do things like this. Oops, I gotta click on the simulator. I obviously carried this over from yesterday. I'm just gonna flatten out of it. So yeah, you can do interesting things. I mean, the most manual way to use it is when you click on an alert, the symbol shows up. Pick how many the shares you want to get in at, the price. Okay, and if you're going to short it, you sell. If you're going to go long, you buy. You can also do things like setting up one-click trading, buying, shorting. You set up these parameters. These are options. How you do that, if you watch the second video, it'll show you how to do it. And then this is an example of what we call one-click trading. You pick how you want to trade it. Advanced, okay? You don't have to do it. The other big reason for using Brokerage Plus is as a simulator. You have before you commit money to the market, I would really, really recommend that you practice trading first. Again, the same principle. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Again, you're shorting, you sell, you're going long, you buy. Just to show people. Just show people that it exists, the similar tab exists. That's all. Well, look at GME, guys. Wow, this is now cascading downwards. Yeah, I just tried to short AMC, but it's just down 10%, so it's not allowing me to get a fill where I want. Just barely down 10%. This is a gap down and go. See, that uptick rule nailed me. Yeah, I literally took a couple of pennies out of it. I mean, just not enamored with playing any gap up and goes right now, or gap down. Sorry, gap down and reversals. I mean, I'm not saying none of them will work, but pretty tough in this market, guys. No, let's just show you. I mean, I wanted to show you how you can. Okay, just shorted in the simulator AMC. I'm going to put a stop. I got in at 12.55. I'm going to put a stop at 12.75. I'll show you why I'm doing that. It's in the simulator, just showing you how you can do things. All right. So here's the stop. Here's the stop line up here. So if AMC gets back up to 12.75, I'll be out $102. Why that number? Okay. So just briefly talking about stops and all that. When you get into a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out. That's why you have to practice, because, that's kind of the art of it all. Where you're going to get out of a trade if it's not working. You can't assume every trade is going to work. So you have to have an area that you're going to get out, a price you're going to get out, and say, you know what, didn't work, I'm going to move on. So you notice I have a 20-cent stop here. 12.55 was my entry. Remember, I'm short. 12.75 is my stop. That's 20 cents away. If I were willing to risk $100 on the trade, so if I get stopped out, I don't want to lose, trying to manage my risk, no more than $12 or $100. Could buy 500 shares. 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. I know it says 102.50. It's sort of a bit of a rounding error. Okay, so at this point, again, if I just let this move up to 12.75 and allow this to work automatically, I'll be out for a $100 about $100 loss. Now, if you don't, this is in the simulator. Now, if you're live using your IB account or E-Trade account, you can do this right on the chart. If you don't have IB or E-Trade, you can still do it from within your broker. And we're just really talking about the concept of a stop. You should have a stop in place. And how much you're going to risk per trade will be really dependent on your account size. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. Okay? Great series, Zach, but I'm already caught up. I've already watched them all. Zach can't hear me. Bolsano! How are you? So what I'm showing here, guys, is the similar channel or the similar tab from the single stock window. I clicked on similar. Okay, you'll see it up here. But instead of having to, I like to see the detail all the time. Instead of having to toggle back and forth, I clicked on similar and then I duplicated the window. I right click, I duplicated the window. Notice what happens. It popped out. And that's why, and I put it here so I can see it. So what this is showing me, it's not perfect, but it, if I click on competitors, it should show me stocks in the same sector. So you can sort of see, okay, I click on a stock in a sector. What are other stocks in the sector doing? Now, if you wanted to, for instance, I like to use this as an example. If I wanted to follow the airline sector all day long, so I just clicked on AAL. If I wanted to follow it all day long, so this is it. And you can see some of them, Azul, Save, I'm sure American Airlines, and they're all at the bottom here. American Airlines, Delta, United. If I wanted to follow this sector all day long, I can just pop out. I can right click on the window and pop it out. Okay, here it is. Now it's a top list window. Now I can take the top list window and put filters in. I can put a price range I want. I can put in a minimum volume I want. I can say, okay, I want the stock to be up or down a certain percentage, relative volume, etc. So I can take it and really customize it. And then if I want, then I can save it. So if I always wanted to follow the airline sector, I could do something like that. Once I customize it, I just can save it to the cloud, or I can incorporate it as part of my layout if that's something I want to follow every single day. Okay? So that's how you can follow a sector all day long. And that's, you can do things like that. You might, like in a down day, here's gold as an example. Okay, now unfortunately, it's the only one that ain't going to work. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not telling me this. It's not telling me what's making up the gold ETF. It's just showing me other ETFs. However, you can click on our sector status. Let me just show you that one. Give me a moment, please. I just want to make sure. Okay, let me show you one of the channels we have. You click on New and then Channel Bar. One of the channels we have, Sector Status. So this is a good snapshot of what the market is doing. It's not quite a heat map, but I think I would prefer it to a heat map. But take a look at what it does. So these are the major sectors. So you can see right off the bat, virtually every sector is negative. Some of them, I'm looking, there's not even one positive stock within the sector in some of them. That's what that 100% is showing you. All right, here for technology, 78% are down, 21% are up. So you can take a look at the ones that are up. Maybe you see something, I don't mind that one. Maybe I should concentrate on, being contrary to what's happening in the sector. But look at this. Virtually virtually every sector is down. That's called the sector status in the channel bar. It's called sector status. So these are the major sectors, of course. So you want to know what's happening in the market right now? Well, look. I mean, look at this. 98% retail all down. The only one up is Target. The only one in the sector. And if you scroll down, you'll see the one that's performing the worst, GPS. Performing the worst in terms of the percent down. It's a channel, Saeed, okay? It's a channel called sector status. So just go to the channel bar. So click on new and then channel bar, and then it's called sector status. I mean, this is, if somebody wanted to just look at this all day long, probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I mean, this is a great gauge to show you what's happening in the market. So technology is the only mildly active I mean, if you want to go long, 23% of the stocks in the technology sector are at least up from yesterday's close. So, for instance, if you wanted to, you could take the technology sector and you could configure it if you wanted to. If this was a sector you wanted to concentrate on, and you could start adding some filters, maybe a price range, minimum volume, things like that. And then you could take that sector, once you've made the changes, you don't have to make the changes, but if you did, and then you could save it to the cloud, and then you could bring this, if you have a layout that you like, you could bring this back. So watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to save it to the cloud. All right, now I'm going to get back to my layout. Here's my layout right here. If I wanted to bring that back, file, load from cloud. See, it's right here. Load it. It's going to show up in another window, and here it is. Okay, so that page, Danny, it's in the channel bar. So click on new channel bar and click on sector status. Okay, it's called sector status. Where are you? Sector status right here, okay? Okay, so to set up sound alerts, just right click on an alert window, go to properties, and then go to actions, check the play sound, set up the sound. You can have one window text to speech. I say one window. You don't want to have them all because you'll never know which window to look at then when you hear the symbol. And you don't have to use text to speech, but a lot of people do like it. Otherwise, use the custom sound. Click on select. Mad Money, we have 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. You pick one, open it. You can play it if you like it. You say OK a couple of times, and then that'll get attached to the window. Okay? That CUK is right back up again. What's the market? See, the market now is starting to put in a little bit of a recovery here, okay? Now we're actually getting a bit of a red bar ignored. A red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. So this could help something like CUK. LB is an earnings play, I believe, right? Yeah, it's an earnings play. Yeah, it looks like this is either, yeah, I don't know how to explain this, resumes trading. So, yeah, I have no explanation for what's happening here. GPOR. Just trying to see the news here. So so a successful completion of its restructuring, emerging from Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. So I think it's been halted. Yeah, I mean it's been halted for a long time, a long time. So it's emerging from bankruptcy. Well, that short of AMC that I took, working out okay in terms of this is in the simulator. So I use the simulator to practice trading, okay? Now these are hotkeys. I'm going to get out of this trade, okay? I just want to show you. These are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out. You just highlight your the stock you want to get out of. You flatten it. That gets you out. You could have clicked on sell to get out, you know, and a specific number of shares. If I wanted to share 100 or sell 100 shares, as opposed to these are other hotkeys. You can get out of half your position, or you could have doubled your position. Okay, so I can't recommend enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. Tate's on the move here, guys. T-A-I-T on the move here. Let's see, what is it looking like? Looking left, 521 is the high, so it could easily stall right there. Well, it's a restructuring. Okay, it's a restructuring, but I'll be awfully careful. I mean, that's an emerged from bankruptcy, Chapter 11. You know, that's why I didn't trade forever. I mean, look how long this was. I mean, I'm actually very surprised that it's shortable in Interactive Brokers. I saw it here in the competitors. Must have clicked on something. I can't remember what I clicked on. And I glanced at the competitors, and Tate was at the high here. This is a similar stock window. This is a toggle competitors and price action. Okay, so I don't remember which stock I clicked on. It wasn't Tate, but Tate appeared at the top of the list here. And again, to see this, well, it's too general a question. Why nothing shows up for me in a topless window? I'd have to know the topless window and maybe the filters you've got in place. It's too general a question. The other thing is, are you definitely connected? Are other things showing up in other windows, like alert windows? I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so do you have a green bar? Do you have a green ball or a orange ball or red ball? If you look do you see the ball I'm pointing at in your in the toolbar, all the way to the right? What color ball do you have? Okay, it's possible. Did you sign the exchange agreements saying that you are not a professional? I might have to send you. To our accounts, because what's happening is if you were having to comply with NYSE to prove to people that our customers are not professionals, and if they are, NYSE wants more money from you directly. Okay, so if you have got that email and you've just disregarded it, or it's possible it went into spam, that I mean, I'm not 100% sure that's the issue, but that could be the issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you to our home page. Okay, and start a live discussion. Make sure you have your email that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas so that they can look at your account, okay? And then they'll tell you. They'll say, you haven't completed those agreements. Because we're in this audit. We have to switch people off. If we give them a chance, but if you've disregarded it for some reason or you haven't seen it, we have to switch you off. It's a real pain for us to have to do that, but all right, guys, just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see what's happening. I don't see too much happening right now. The market is kind of flattened out now. We're doing nothing right now. We're not what we'd love to see. If you want to play bounces and some of these gap down and reverses later on in the day, if the market starts to, inch its way up, so the question was from our YouTube room, how do I find the simulator option? So you have to have the single stock window up, and there's a tab called similar. Oh, I'm sorry, simulator option, I'm sorry. You have to be on our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Okay, Street Doctor? So if you're using and there's the tab right there. So you have to be on our downloadable application, not the web-based version. Then you'll see Brokerage Plus, a couple of options right underneath it. One says live and one says simulator. Okay, you click on simulator. I'm on a development version, but I think in accounts you have to make sure you're in your simulated account. And then you're good to go. So Glenn, yeah, just right click on an alert window, properties, actions, check that play sound, set up the sound. Here's some sounds you can text to speech. Otherwise, use custom sound. Select 3 folders. Each folder has a series of sound alerts. You can click on one of them, left click, highlight it, open it, play it. If you like it, say OK a couple of times, and then it will get attached to that window where you started the process from, okay? No, Dawn, there isn't. Sorry. Actually, SUNW, SUNW appeared in a gap down and go down further at 776. You didn't really do much from there, and it's I can, because it's on don't repeat the symbol. I will not see it again. Okay, so it appeared here, but I have this on don't repeat the symbol. If I take that off, but you know what? I mean, you run the risk of that happening. You'll miss a reversal, but for the most part, it doesn't bother me. JB, without you in the swing trader tab, nobody wants to talk swing trading. I don't know why. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, Glenn, did that make sense to you, what I told you about how to have sound alerts? Hello, Becca. Oh, okay. I'm glad that worked out for you, Bazoo man. Okay, guys, so the market is lifting a little bit, just a little bit. We need a little bit more, though. A couple more, 15-minute candles inching its way up. These bounces will work a lot better if that's what you want to play. So for instance, look at this, the gap down in reverse. Well, I mean, it's choppy though. Gap down in reverse for MUDs, sort of okay, but I mean, it's choppy. MUDS. So this wasn't a bad one. MYOV 2237 on the gap down reverse, 2268 now. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on these gaps, see if the market continues to reverse just a little bit. Could be my favorite day, yes. Give me a moment here, guys. Just doing something on one of my other monitors. All right, well, we are getting quite a few reversals now. I'm just checking here. All right, keep an eye on this one, this YSG, all right? I mean, if it takes out 9, I mean, it's got room. I mean, there's 10 where it was yesterday. All right, so keep an eye on YSG if it takes out 10. I'm sorry, 9. I'm going to stick an alert around 911 right up here. Okay, if it takes that out, we had an alert on it at 891, but I'd like to see it take out 9. And if the market continues to rally a little bit, this could have a shot to get close to where it closed yesterday. And that is the YSG. All right, well, the CUK is starting to maybe interest me again. A little choppy, but the trend is up still. As long as the market keeps moving like this, This one is still strong, this ENPH. It's coming into the 200-day moving average, but it's still strong. ENPH, one of the very few positive stocks for the day. Keep an eye on the YSG, guys. I mean, if it can take out that high right there, which is 910, and if the market continues to rally a little bit here, we could have a little bit of a play. I mean, there's where it closed yesterday, all the way up to almost 10. So I think if it pops through that high of the day, it could have a bit of a run. And that is not a recommendation to take the trade, just pointing out what I'm seeing. Well, again, you know, it's in the technology. Yeah, they're pretty expensive, you know, out of the range I like, but, you know, nonetheless. At the other end of the scale, HPQ, Western Digital, WDC. So again, guys, I mean, you can take this and you can customize it. You know, if you didn't like the price range, all you have to do is just customize it with a price range, minimum volume, things like that. So if you wanted to follow the technology sector every single day, as an example, that's what you could do. BOSC just got halted. BOSC just got halted. And this is an Israeli stock. Low float, yeah, 3.8 million in the float. Typically will not see high float stocks being halted. They have to move, they just don't move fast enough. You guys were talking about ride earlier. All right, guys, let's see what sort of action YSG has. Look at the market. Look at this red bar. We need, shoot. It's not, I mean, again, this is obviously, I'm out of it now, guys. I took a little loss on the YSG. You know, look at that red bar. It's probably influencing it. I might get back in if, only if it can get back up to that maybe 914 level. I'm just a little jumpy. I just don't trust going long anything right now. So actually, I do notice that the AI took ZIM as a long, not bad. I mean, not bad. Huge stop. 45 entry, 40 stop. Wow. $5 stop, just about. It's a big stop. And that aforementioned Rita that had a huge move in the pre-market, I didn't even see it. And it is moving. So a couple from the AI. A couple of longs that are doing okay. Yeah, this is a SPAC. I wouldn't get too. Typically, they're at $10, so I wouldn't get too excited about it. So this is not. I mean, this is it's an IPO sort of. Haven't seen too many of the SPACs, new SPACs. Boy, about 3 months ago, 4 months ago, probably had 5 or 6 a day. It got ridiculous. Haven't seen too many in the last couple of months though. BOSC just opened. BOSC just opened. So not a big pop, at least yet. Yeah, Tate's doing okay. All right, guys, YSG on watch again as the market maybe starts to move a little higher. You're a little jumpy on that move here, but the market is trying to move higher here, guys. We've got now 1, 2, 3, and then these bottoming tails that kind of can whip you out of the SPY. We've had almost 45 minutes, almost. I don't know if you're late to the party. I mean, you might want to wait for a pullback or something like that. You're kind of chasing it now for ZIM. Okay, Tofi, you asked me that question yesterday. Did you not hear my answer? Oh, okay. Okay. So this is the only one that is based on a symbol list. So the symbol list, obviously it changes every day. Everything else is not based on a symbol list. Okay? Oh, that's okay. By the way, Gordon, I hope you got all your Brokerage Plus questions saved up. Today is Wednesday, as you know. Michael Noss will be in there between 12 and 1, so I have them all saved up. No excuses. Well, you can create a gap filter. Okay, your gap is the first print of the day. So, I mean, if you want the very first print of the day, either green or negative, so here is the gap. Okay, so if you want it gap. Yeah, yeah, Gordon. 12 to 1. Okay, just a moment, please. Okay, sorry. So the gap up, so the gap, you can use the gap, that is the first print of the day. So anything that is negative will be a red bar, anything that's positive will be a green bar. Okay? But yes, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I always talk in terms of New York, right, or Eastern Time. The gardeners were here yesterday, so yeah, everything's okay. Well, it's not the candle, but you're asking for the first print of the day will obviously give you a candle of some sort, right? If you want the first print of the day to be negative, then you have a gap percentage filter. Add the filter, and you can put whatever number you want. -1, -2, -3, whatever number you want as the gap, and plus will give you that's the first print of the day. Now, granted, you're right. The first print of the day it could be up here, and then it could move down to create a red candle. But that's what I would try. I would try the gap, the gaps first. And also, what time frame? What candle? 1 minute, 5 minute? All depends on the time frame you're looking at too. So Tofi, the only one again is here. These three have a watch list attached to it. Everything else does not. These do not. Okay, these do not. So that's what I would try first, okay? You want to see stocks that are negative right off the bat? Try the gap filter. The only thing you could do to ensure a red or a green candle is to create a top list and then freeze it after 1 minute. Okay? I don't know why you want to do that, but for the 1 minute, you could freeze it after 15 minutes for a 15-minute candle and just see where they are. What stocks are meeting those criteria. Boy, what a gap down and go this was. Basically straight down, Iova. basically straight down. All right, guys, YSG inching its way up again with the market, following the market. So you have a topless window and right click and freeze it, okay? So you could freeze it. So say after 15 minutes, you could see which candles are up and which candles are down after 15 minutes. I think you're complicating it though, Gordon, in my opinion. I think you're just overly complicating things. That's my opinion. Not saying you shouldn't do it, but the other thing we have, I mean, you can try this, but we have the opening range breaks. We have the opening range breaks. I mean, you can try this also. I don't know if this makes sense for you to try it this way. So we have the, so these are obviously going to be positive candles, 1 minute, opening range breakout, breakdown, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, and 15 minute. You can try that also, and all the way to 60 minute. You can try that also, and this is an alert. Exactly. Exactly. The opening 1 minute candle. Okay. Well, imagine then, just for fun, imagine this was the, for YSG, imagine this was that candle right there. Imagine that was the opening 1 minute candle. I mean, that'd be pretty dramatic. So you'll get an alert if it broke above or below. Okay, that's on. If this were the 1 minute, if it's a 15 minute, you'll get an alert if it breaks up. Well, obviously breaking above or below, depending on what you want. But what's your thinking on that, especially on a 1 minute? Okay, I mean, my theory is that not doing anything for the first 15. So it breaks Let's just say it breaks the high of the opening 1 minute candle. What are you going to do? Zelly, I don't know what you mean when you say, is the official channel open? When you say official channel, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the trading room, this trading room? It's open to anybody. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. All right. Well, I wish you luck. So Zelly, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. This is the, so you're in the YouTube room. I don't know what you mean by the official channel. Okay, so I just put a link in. I just put the link in above. And it's open, it's nothing to do with US or Canadian. Well, Mud's reverse. I'm afraid to look at where it is. Wow! Oh my goodness! Look at the reversal. Sugar, 1272, 1353 right now, and it's it right now. It doesn't care what the market's doing. Probably can't answer that question unless there's news that you can see about it. No, it's an earnings play. Okay. You really have to start paying attention if you have the single stock window or looking at news, Gordon, okay? Because it's an earnings play. That's why it moved. I mean, stocks typically will move if it's an earnings play. And you can see right there, May 19th, pre-market. So it released earnings pre-market, that's why it moved. Well, Gordon, the earnings release came out. Obviously, I shouldn't. Well, not obviously, but the market reacted poorly to it. I didn't read it. I don't know what their revenues were. I don't know what the increase, decrease, earnings per share, what their guidance is. I mean, there's a lot of factors that come into play. But obviously, the market looked at the. People looked at it. People, you and me, traders looked at it, didn't like it. It's that simple. So it moved because of the news for sure. All right, that guys had to change headsets. Okay, Gordon, I mean, that's a pretty, well, obviously it moved down because people were selling. Okay? More people were selling than buying. I hope you're practicing in the simulator a lot. I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I mean, price changed because more people were selling. No volume. Well, 4 million shares. I don't know what the pre-market volume was, but 4 million shares were trading, are trading now. Is it Citron pumping muds? Okay. I mean, it's hard to tell what the pre-market volume was because, this is sort of exponential, so it's hard to, I don't know what the pre-market volume was for muds. Well, that's too bad. I saw this muds on the gap up and go. I just wasn't convinced, But obviously, if Citron is pumping it, that is the reason for this move now. I'm wondering, are there shares available right now? Yeah, typically it takes a little while. I've seen every now and then the next day, but not that often. So you're telling me none. And halted on the way down. This is what it should be. I mean, you know, that was nonsense what it did yesterday. It didn't do quite what the other one did. Not even close, actually. The other China IPO. Yalla. So Citron is, are they pumping it or are they short? Because remember, Citron said we're never going short again. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in now. I will be taking my break in about 15 minutes or so. So again, if you have a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus and you know the whys and why does it do this and why does it do that, using the buy button, the sell button, etc., Gordon, head over to the YouTube room. Oops, wrong link. At noon, okay? "20 minutes, yes. Don't go now. Yeah, there's nothing. He's not there yet, but he'll be there in about 20 minutes. Out to the halt could be interesting. It looks like it's going to definitely halt down. Well, it's halted down, but it looks like it's going to print down. Yeah, it was an IPO yesterday. John, it was an IPO yesterday. You're talking about JZXN? Yeah, that's why an IPO yesterday. It was a China IPO. Another one that did not show up on my IPO calendar. One last week, the same thing. China IPO did not show up on my IPO calendar. This is another one that did okay. Tua, Tuya, 2150. Wow, another. It's a dollar popped on. Just as this. You know, I saw this one. This is again the gap up, gap down, and reverse. Tuya. There was the alert at 2153. So it's tacked on a dollar. So there have been some very good. This is another one, gap down and reverse, PCT. Actually been some pretty good ones. All right, well, Mr. YSG, are you going to do it? It's not, right now, it's not needing the market on its side. Well, guys, we have to take this one in real. Gap down and reverse for real. All right, so take a look at real, guys. So the issue here, 1570 is the next high looking left. So it has a little bit of room. You know, I wish that weren't there. If it didn't have that there, I mean, look at the room it has for real. REAL. Okay, this was an AI play from yesterday. Core. It's above yesterday's high now. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Time is 11:46. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. The new guy, y'all. Okay, hello, new guy, y'all. Welcome to the room. Well, the reel is not moving. Though some of them, can take a while before they start to move. I'm not saying reel is going to move, but they can take a while. And again, depending on what the market's doing, the market is just kind of flattening out. So this is just getting halted on the way down, on the way down, on the way down. JZXN. It's an IPO, China IPO from yesterday, doing what it should have done. I think the IPO was at around $5, so nonsense that it got up to 48. Man, Iowa continues its march down. Very, very nice gap down and go. Very nice. Hardly any blip upwards, just a minor one right there. Yalla. Zach was talking about Yalla. Well, Iowa. Look at this one just continuing down here. So they did have news, guys. I don't know when the news first came out. I see at 10:14. There might have been news earlier. Oh yeah. So there was news this morning. Their U.S. submission has been pushed to 2022. Nobody likes to see that. So that's the problem. So that happened pre-market. Might have even happened after hours yesterday. And that's the IOVA just collapsing here. So that is a case in which, news is very important. Well, our friend GK, who used to be in here, used to talk about yalla, yalla, yalla every day. Look at this. Look at this. It's almost as if the news just came out again. I mean, look at this. Utter collapse now. Here it is, guys. IOVA. Look at this. Over and over and over and over. Making new low after new low after new low. First occurrence. It would have occurred earlier, but remember I put a 15-minute delay in all of these, so first occurrence was at 9:48, 23:04. So right around here. This is one in which, if you read the news, you can just kind of see that, man, this is not going to do well. Well, and it's showing up here. I just can't chase it now down. I just can't do it. Famous last words. It's at 19. Let's see where it is a minute from now. Well, I'm still looking at real here. I want to see if it can take out this high right there, 1538, which would mean it will be positive for the day, mildly positive for the day. Just wanting to see if this gap up and gap reverse and go, or gap down and reverse, has any legs to it. My only issue is this, 1570 is the next high looking left. I mean, that's far enough away from 1530, I guess. Meanwhile, as I say, I do not chase stocks, but oh man, look at IOVA. At some point, it will bounce. At some point. So let's take a look left here. 1778. 1778 is the next low on the weekly chart. 1767. So it may find a little support in this area. But this news is not good. All right, Michael, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll stop my stream now, okay? Okay, guys, real. You started? Okay, great. I'll stop now then, Michael.
Hello, everyone. Just hiding some stuff and finishing up some things. I'll be back on the mic and the screen in just a moment. I actually just got word from the powers that be that I don't have to hide everything. So got something cool to show you that's in beta and should be coming out relatively soon. We'll get into that in just a moment. So just to start, what we do here every day is we give Barry some much needed time off and we open up the room for questions. So we have our test drive going on. So I know there's a bunch of people that are new to the program, in the thousands. So we open this up and we have an hour of Q&A. So, to introduce myself, just in case anyone's new, name's Michael. I'll just type in chat, hi, as well. So basically, I've been using the program since 2006 when I started trading. Been trading ever since, consulting with Trade Ideas now for a few years. I do a lot of the brokerage plus algorithm development, math nerd type things. So any of those questions I'll definitely be able to help you out with. But I've been using the program for, we're coming on 20 years, as crazy as that sounds. So any questions I can certainly answer. In the meantime, we'll just kind of waffle on about questions, that type of thing. But the thing I want to show you guys that I'm super pumped for, let me actually get ready and just make sure, I'm just going to make sure I hide everything here that I don't want people to see, is this new way to use Trade Ideas in this docked window format. So let me just kind of make that big so you guys can see. So we'll have the ability to do it with both the channel bar and any normal window. But you can see now that as opposed to everything being free floating the way it is now, we have the ability to dock windows and to dock windows on top of other windows. So what you're seeing here just looks like kind of your typical array of 4 charts and 4 time frames, things that you would see everywhere, but it gets kind of cool when you start to add to it. So say I wanted to look at all these charts in tab views. Every time I pick up a chart and grab it, you can see this little 4-way window that happens here. So if I put it on this side, it will go to that side of the window. If I put it on the top, it will scale it to the top and to the left and to the bottom. And if I put it in the middle, it will actually create it as a tab. So you can see quickly here, I've made now this kind of a tabbed layout where, let's put that all the way on the end there and put the weekly on the way, all the way on that end. So now I can go from weekly to daily to month or to 15-minute to 5-minute really, really quickly. This is huge, especially for me. I'm one that I like to, I do most of my work from a tiny little 13-inch MacBook Air because I like to be mobile. Back in the day when we could do a lot more things, I would spend half the day at a coffee shop or walk here or there. I live in the middle of the woods now, as opposed to the city, so I like to go outside and sit on my balcony and stuff, and this allows you to put a whole bunch in a single screen. So let's also go and take a look at this. So here's just a multi-strategy window. I can just click on the side here. Just do this with the arrows. I can click on the side here. You see I have some scans laid out, and when I can click on, say, CRNE, and it changed all of these charts here as well. So I can go through and I can tab through these as well. I can open up this one and just say, here's a top list. Oh, look, snow's top on this list. Let me go take a look at this. And, for example, say I wanted to put the daily chart right next to this 5-minute chart. I can click on that, and you see how everything kind of flows so much better, for lack of a better term. It feels less intrusive to set up and to change and to snap layouts. It's no more of, grabbing a window and resizing it perfectly the way you want. Everything kind of just snaps together. And then if I want to see something like this permanently, I can just click on this and it just adds it to part of my layout here. So maybe on the side here, I just wanted to have a bunch of tabbed different layouts. I can do that as well. Let's just put it here, and let's just put this one down, let's just put it over here. So now you can see I have a tabbed here, so I can switch back and forth between these as I want. And I have this one up here permanently as well, right? So that's kind of cool where I can, it just flows, right? It just, I know I just sound excited and maybe I'm not explaining everything correctly, but everything just kind of flows together easier. It's less of being very precise with a mouse and making sure you can fit everything the way you want. You can build all these really complex layouts, and it is more, to me anyway, it's a way more intuitive way of doing it. And I saw someone say, well, is multiple channel bars next? And I'll show you this as well. Again, this is in early beta. There's a lot of things we need to clean up and do all that, but it's on the way. But no, you can certainly put multiple channels. So here is a pre-market channel. And then if I just click new, dock channel bar, you can see I now have another one. So let's click on the EV related channel. So now I have the EV related channel open here. And then I have the pre-market channel open here. There's not many channels right now. We, again, work to do to make sure that everything's seamless, but this will be certainly done by release. So it really ups the ante of what we can do with the screen real estate that we have. And as all traders know, screen real estate is certainly always an issue for us. So yeah, multiple channels open at the same time, tabbed windows, which is one of the things that I'm most excited about, being able to go through and just create these multiple tabs for different things in through here, right? So now I have a 5 minute, and let's just close this 5 minute, but I have a daily here, and I have my 15 minute here, and then I can just combine them in like this and just switch back and forth. This is where one of the things I think I'll use the most is having an area like this where I can tab out different charts. We have a little issue with the indicators, but say you wanted to be able to switch not between time frames, but say, for example, you wanted this chart to be full of all of your favorite indicators. So you want it to have MACD, or which we're building more indicators, but say you want to have, your RSI and your moving averages and your volume and all of that on this chart. And then you want to click over here and you wanted this to be clean just so you can see the price action. Well, you can now do that kind of thing again, once we get that kind of fix as well. And then a question, can you have multiple docked at the same time? You can. One thing we need to do, and this has been brought up and it's something we need to figure out an elegant solution for, is the ability to make sure that we can link them differently, because right now everything is still linked together from when it comes to charts and everything. But if I go and do dock channel bar, you see I have both my layout open here, and then I have this one opened here as well. Right, where I can do something like this. Again, this is one of my things, so it's a little bit messed up, but you can see how that works as well. So yeah, you can do multiple different little tabs and layouts, and this is going to be great. We're going to add the ability to kind of save this together. If you kind of had one like this, and then maybe one for a nighttime scanning or something like that. But what I'm going to try to do with it is combine everything I do into this in some way, and then just kind of rearrange it as it goes. So maybe I have, tabs here, maybe these two, just thinking out loud, but maybe this one and this one each have a tab that has something I watch during the day and something I scan for at night. Maybe, you have multiples with that. Maybe you have different charts, some of which, because I use different indicators at night than I do during the day. For example, during the day, I use just basically VWAP for my trading, but then at night, I like to look at Bollinger Band squeezes and things like that. So the ability to pop through that. So it's all super exciting, and not to plug myself directly, but I'm going to be over the next few days playing with it and making a full scripted video of how I think I'm going to use it. But just one of those things that anytime you can save yourself both screen real estate and time, that's got to be a good thing, right? Where you can just, quickly change your layout like this with just a quick snap and move it around. And then I'm already going to want this on the web version, which, but it just allows, way more. And then, if we go back to what the current version looks like, which is kind of this, it's, you have to kind of resize everything, and that can be kind of finicky to get everything the way you want perfectly. And, the ability that, if I want to put something under this and then I want to see it, I'd have to move that out of the way somewhere and then bring it back. It's just all just much more intuitive, I guess, than it was before. And don't worry for existing users with the same thing, is you'll be able to just open up free floating windows as well if you want. We're not going to take that away from you. In fact, you can just click and do a new alert window, and let's just open up this one. It opens it up in the dock, but if I just wanted to pull this out of this layout entirely, if I just pull it out over here, you can see that it's now outside of, a little bit of screen real estate issue. This is a tiny little virtual machine that I play with. But yeah, you can pull the charts. So if I pull this out here, you can see that it's kind of out floating throughout. And then if I would just want to snap it back in, I can just go, okay, well, let's just snap it back right there. And there it is back into right there. Will this be linked to a new different data provider? No. Well, we have, multiple data providers. I don't know the exact number, but it's I'm going to guess between 5 and 10, and we're always adding in new ones. So this won't affect data provider things, just more of a UI type of an interface. How long till it's available? It's one of those things. It's an internal beta now, so you'll start to see, I'm sure Barry will have it tomorrow installed. I'm sure, you'll start seeing it in the nightly webinars and stuff like this as everyone starts installing and playing. I'm just a giant nerd, so it's like, oh, a new technology thing, and I'm just right in right away. But it's playing around internally with it. I would say it's very, very soon for a new beta. The only thing we need to make sure is we do internal bug testing first. So we just want to make sure that we give it to the people inside of Trade Ideas, let them play with it for a while, attempt to break it themselves. And if they can't break it, then go in and start saying, okay, now we'll give it to you guys as a beta, understanding that, beta means beta. And, there still may be some bugs, but the hope is that we're going to have those kind of hammered out before you guys get it. So I would say week or two, guess, don't hold me on it, for you guys getting it in beta form. Again, depending on how quickly it is to any of the bugs you can see. So for example, the indicators, right? That's just something that the indicators aren't showing up in the charts. I'm not a dev, so that could be one of the things that they could go, oh, we didn't click this box. Here you go, indicators work. Or, is that a couple day job, right? It's really a question of how much time this is to work out. But as you can see, it's working. Oh, don't show that. It's working fairly well on its own, right? We can go through and kind of push things around and change them, do a little slide maneuver like that. So it's working well. It's just, what are we going to discover when we start testing this? And just for reference, because again, this one thing that Trade Ideas does that I love is that we don't hide our development process. Dan has always been very open on this, but so today, maybe an hour ago is when I got access to this, maybe hour or two. So, right, that's just how new it is internally. Most people that are Barry, who trades actively all day and has to run the room and everything, he hasn't had even a chance to install it. So, give us some time to test it internally. If there's no bugs, you guys will see it really, really soon. If the bugs are easy to squash, you guys will see it soon. If we come across something that's just going to break your system in the middle of your trading day, we'll hold that back until we get to a place that we're a little more confident with it. I hope that makes sense. I'm sure it does. Questions on creating alerts. How can I create an alert that will capture what happened to YSG yesterday? Well, that's the question, right? Did we just find something? I can't type. Okay, we may have found something there. Let's go back to this one for this question. YSG. What happened to YSG yesterday? Doesn't seem like much of anything. So that's going to be subjective, but let me actually show you this. This may actually answer your question a little more broadly, and I'll give you this link as well. If we go to, just apologize for the slowness. This is the virtual machine running in a virtual machine running in a virtual machine. If we go stocks like this, trade ideas, and I'll just give you the link here. We actually have this kind of cool website right here. I'll copy and I'll give that over to you in the chat there. What you can do with this website that I really like is you can go WSG, and you can put in the date that you're interested. So let's say yesterday at 9:30 Eastern for 5 minutes. And if you hit submit, it will show you what all of our internals showed for the stock at the time. So for example, over this 5-minute period, all of these alerts occurred, right? It crossed through the open, it made new low, the MACD crossed over, a Fibonacci pullback happened, and then at the same time down here, all the filters will tell you what those filter values were. So, right, the volatility was 10 cents. Right, the 5-day range was this, the option volume to that. So you can go through and you can pull out these filters, the ones that you believe are relevant, and then go through and say, okay, well, I can then rebuild a scan to look for, what it is I'm looking for on that side of things. So this is a great way that if there was a certain time frame in which something existed, right, you can go through and say, okay, let me look at it for that 5-minute period and see which of these filters or whatever I'm going to use. Now, when I look at YSG for yesterday, I just see up a couple days in a row, made a little downtick yesterday, gap down today. That's about it. Earnings were this morning. What's this? Chinese company, decent volume. But yeah, so you just, if there's something more specific you're looking for, let me know. If not, try out that stocks like this page. It's just a great way to say. Another great way to use that tool is that if, for example, you thought a stock should have hit your scan, but it didn't. So say I've got this scan built up, and this is just the most consecutive up days in a row for stocks. But say I thought that Apple should have reached the scan, so it's going to take a look and say, hey, I thought XYZ stock should be on there. I can go look at XYZ stock and compare the filter values on that website to the filter values of my scan and see which of them excluded that scan. So you're looking for... So what I would do is take a look. Now, you can't go later in the day and say, hey, I want something that had earnings and a red opening candle or a green opening candle. But when it comes to looking for things that have earnings that day, like YSG had earnings today, first place I would just take a look at, just to help you get started is we actually have an earnings channel somewhere right here. So if we go into this earnings channel, you can see just a couple things. So these are earnings upside blowouts yesterday or today, and earnings downside blowouts today and today. So, or yesterday and today. So what it will do is it will basically show you this. So earnings basically, there it is. So you got to look at this as relative to what the current day is. And a great way to always figure these out is you can right click and say help for earnings, and this in the background will load up a spreadsheet or a web page. Let me just move that while that's loading. But for example, if I were to say, hey, I want 0 to 0.75, that's going to, as it will say right here, how long in days till the next earnings report? 0 means this morning. 1 means tonight or tomorrow morning. So for example, if you went 0, it meant it'd have earnings this morning. If you go negative 0.25, it means it would have had earnings last night. So you could take something and say, okay, well, I want to do earnings here to even, let's say, negative 0.75. So that means everything on this list had earnings today or yesterday. So now, again, you can't go through and say, I want the opening 15-minute candle to be green or red. But if you're looking at this in the first 15 minutes, you could then just sort change from the close. So you could do change from the close positive and then change from the close negative. If it's positive, then obviously that first 15 minutes is bullish. If it's negative, then it's bearish. Another way to do it is, again, these lists that we have right here, which are things that are reporting earnings this morning, and then I love how they say this afternoon because most of them are from California, and I would say this evening as someone being on the East Coast, but those damn Californians. So through here, you'll be able to find things that reported earnings. But I really would suggest taking a look at these ones to begin with, because they're already built, and then you can just grab these and save them and then use them as you want. I take a look at these all the time in the pre-market, for example, just to figure out what's moving up or down. But yeah, that first saying, I want the first 15-minute bar or whatever to be green or red, you can't really do that. You can just say, hey, I want it to be up or down on the day. And in most cases, you'll get the same results. So I hope that makes sense. LLIT is just rocketing. And I am watching all of these cryptos over to the corner of my eye. This is just insane. What's going on here? Is GME falling out of bed yet? I have taken... don't come after me, Reddit. I have taken some GME short. This is a demo account, but I also took it in my real account. Where can you find these scans? Just down to this earnings one right here. You could use a gap filter, and you could just simply grab one of these and right click and hit configure and do gap. But again, there's no way later in the day to reference the first 15-minute bar. Just cannot as of now. So yeah, you could just take a gap in. If you wanted there to be a gap, you could do that. Now again, in most cases, you could also, instead of just adding the gap as a filter, you could go through and add the gap. And this may be better if you're kind of look at it from a top list point of view. You may want to go add the gap as a column, and then you can sort by gap, right? So I've added gap here as a column. So now I can just sort by gap if I'm more interested in the gap than anything else. Yeah, for someone who's, the channel bar is where you can find that. Other ones to look at, if you're a gap trader, we actually have ones that are just called Trade the Gap. And this is a really good one for people specifically looking at gaps. Now, the last one was specifically looking at earnings, so it had to both be a big mover and report earnings. But if you're just interested in the gap side of things, you could take a look at these, right? So we have Gap and Go and Gap and Crap, which are kind of self-explanatory, right? A Gap and Go is something that is gapped and continued in the direction. And then, the Gap and Crap is something so this is a gap up and crap. Basically just means gapped up and then it's selling off. And then, a gap up and go would be something that gapped up and continued higher, and vice versa, right? Gap down, right, and continue versus gap up and go kind of thing. How can you combine the gap with earnings? Well, I would take one of these scans from the Trade the Gap, just right click on it, hit configure, and then under search right here, just type in earnings. Right, and then we have this earnings date. So remember, if you want the earnings to be today, you'd put in a 1. If you want them to be this morning, put in a 0. And if you want to include ones that happened kind of yesterday, you can go and hit -1, and you can click that. So now this is something that has gapped and has earnings, right? So you just add in the earnings that way. Fernando, I've had trouble back testing and getting a positive curve. Can you show me a simple strategy that'll get me a positive curve? That is like a billion-dollar question you just asked. Just, that's building a trading strategy from scratch, making sure that trading strategy is profitable, make sure it's profitable through all market conditions. That is, literally a billion-dollar question. Now, what I'll say is don't worry about the equity curve when you're back testing. That's not the point of that, right? The point is to take a strategy that you believe is going to work based off of some other market condition, right? So like the conversation I'm having here with Jaden, right? He seems interested in stocks that are gapping on earnings. That's his trading strategy. So you would take something like that, you would watch it in real time and come up with an idea and then back test it. If you're back testing with the purpose of finding a positive equity curve, that is a concept called curve fitting, which I'm actually going to give you a link to read about. Trading curve fitting, which is very, very dangerous, right? And the theory there is that you could take any strategy in the world and you could fit it enough to a curve that it would look profitable in backtest, but then it may not be profitable in real life. So I always just encourage the people who are hunting for a positive equity curve to look at it the other way around. What you're looking for is a strategy that is going to make sense to you. That's something that you've looked at and, made sense, and, something that has some sort of logical reason behind it. And then you want to test that. And if it doesn't work, you have to repeat the process again. But now, finding things with positive equity curves, I'm going to point you to the AI, because all of these things are back tested millions of times a night and they come up with positive equity curves. If there wasn't a positive equity curve on one of these back tests, it wouldn't be given to you. Now, of course, that doesn't mean it's always going to work. If there is a way just to program a system and make money and not have to do that yourself, you would never see it. It'd be kind of hidden. But all of these things are back tested, and you have these positive equity curves in the background. So that's where I would go, as opposed to the other way around. Separation from the 8 short, that's in the AI already. So if I go in 2.0, so I can't share that specific strategy because it is an AI. It is an AI strategy, but that's just one that works. And again, it's going to work under range bound type of markets. So that one didn't make the system today. But yeah, the separation from an 8, just the concept behind it, if you want to trade it, is just looking for stocks that are very far from the 8-period moving average on the daily chart and on the intraday chart to look for some revision back to that short-term moving average. So again, it's in a bullish market, you're gonna get killed on that. It's just right. There is no strategy ever created. There is no strategy that will ever be created that will work in all markets, right? So then it's deciding when do you want to trade different strategies for different times. How can I minimize and restore TI windows together? If you right-click on the minimize button on the main bar, they'll all shrink, and then go back into your taskbar and just click back on that bar, and they should all come back together. Now, what I was showing maybe before you got here is this new update that's coming in the next little bit, once we've tested it a bit internally, where you can actually combine certain windows together, where we can tab it down and we can bring that back up. And these windows are all containered within a system. This has just got some more testing to go through before we can give this to the masses, right? Again, we don't want to give you guys something that won't work. So if strategy has a good win-loss ratio, would it be suitable for auto trading the entries? If you have a strategy you like, yeah, and make sure you've tested it across all times, and make sure that it's the way things that, it's something that you've built, it's something that makes sense to you, you understand the limitations of the strategy, you understand that no strategy will work all the time, and when you think the strategy will work and when you think it won't. Again, there's just no, I found a good win-loss ratio, time to turn on auto trading and go sip Mai Tais on the beach all day. It just doesn't work like that. But if you could, if you find something you like and you feel like running it, go right ahead. We always at Trade Ideas kind of harp on the man and machine together is the solution, right? Your machine should be an assistant to you, right? So you should be using an algorithm that makes sense to you and the way that you trade, and then, focus on that pretty much entirely, and then use the algorithm to kind of show you maybe what to trade and when to trade it and things like that, and then use your eye as well, which is mainly how I trade as a chartered market technician who's also, a back test and, statistics type of guy. Is I will use something like the AI to say, okay, something just came through. PLAY just came through a little bit ago, right here. So I look at this and I say, okay, we know the statistics behind this are positive, right? That over time, trading this strategy on PLAY, shorting this with a stop here and a profit target down there and holding it till the end of the day, we know that over the long run has an edge. Now, is that edge 51%? Is that edge 45% win rate? But when it's right 2 times what it's wrong, so it makes money in the long run, whatever that is. But then you take those statistics and then you apply those back onto your own trading eye, in which I would say, okay, I like this. I see that there's a bit of support going on right here. So let's call that 704. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch this thing, and maybe I'll just actually right click and I'm going to add a price alert. So the system will alert me when this thing gets to around 703, 702. And then I'm going to probably take a short. And am I going to put my stop up at 723? Yeah, on this one, it makes sense. I may want to tighten that and say, 715 or so above this recent swing high. And then maybe I target a little bit less because my stop is so tight. But again, it should be a combination of, here is the odds that were given to me. Now let me work that through with just basic trading knowledge, right? We have bounced twice from this 705-ish area. So I'm going to see if the guy who's buying there is done or not. And then when it comes to stop losses, well, maybe I'm going to use like a trend line stop loss instead of just the pure thing, right? We've got, highs going on here and then a lower high here. So maybe I'll just say, hey, if we break this downtrend that's going on, that's when I'll get out. So again, the combination of things, one way or the other. The other way I've seen people do it is they let the AI do all the entries and they manage the exits based off of what they think is going to occur, right? So they have all of these AI trades. So let's look to take this one live here in real time. Let's do that right there. And then we'll, lower the stop loss down to here. So again, the other side is I'm going to let the AI enter everything and I'm going to manage the exits. But again, one of those things, if you're just looking for hey, I want to set it and go for a walk and be done with it, that can exist. Just know that you're going to do a lot of work when it comes to back testing and optimizing and refining and learning about curve fitting and understanding different areas of statistics, that type of thing, right? And again, I do kind of a combination of all those. How do I create a one-click trade strategy? Well, what do you want that one-click trade strategy to do, Jaden? We have ones built into the system. You could try those. You need to know what it, again, it's computers are, this is what I want it to do. So then this is how I make that happen, right? So you need to know what you want it to do, right? Do you want to enter via market? Do you want to enter via limit? Do you want to enter, how is it that you want to do? So what I'll do is I'll give you the page that we have here that will help you set up any one click you want. And once you learn that, you just say, okay, what is my written and tested trading plan? Say that I should enter this. If you don't have a written and tested trading plan, I say this every time, stop trading, develop a written and tested trading plan in paper, which is why we built our paper trading module, and then go from there. Oh, no worries, Zelly. The stops that show up in B+ when you right click on a position, can those be seen elsewhere? Yeah. So if you're using our sim, right? Obviously, if you're not using our sim, you can see them in your broker, of course, but you can actually go new and you can actually open up a new orders tab and they'll be right here. So here's all the orders that came through this simulated account today. You can sort them by all of these different boxes. So for example, if I only wanted to see live orders, I can just click live. If I only wanted to see, there's only one account on this, I'm only logged into the sim here, I could do that. But if you had, say multiple accounts and you only wanted to see orders from one account, you could do that there. Different strategies, right? If I only wanted to see from, discretionary long or short or day trade long or day trade short, you can see I can change those there as well. So you can check those out in the orders tab of Brokerage Plus. So yeah, Jaden, depends on what you want for a stop. Right? That training video that I sent you just right below your comment there, there's a section where I go over filter stops and what will work and what won't and why some will work and why some won't. Basically, all you need to do is understand the math that whatever stop you're putting in is going to be subtracted from price. Now, the difference between a stop limit and a stop is that a stop limit will send a limit order when the stop is triggered, and a stop, just the word stop, will send out a market order. So it's the question of whether you want to get in via limit or market. Most of the time, what most people do, just for a quick rule of thumb, is that they will enter stocks via a stop limit, because if the stock moves dramatically, they don't want to chase. And then for exits, they'll use a stop order because that will send out a market order. And if you want to get out, you just want to get out, regardless of the price. So is their educational mentorship program best on how to manage exits? I'll say managing exits is the hardest part of the game. So if you've gotten to the point where that's your primary problem, you should, take a little victory lap there, because I think, some traders may differ, but most of the traders I've talked to, and I've talked to many, that's their biggest problem. Still my biggest problem too, is because it's something you'll never do correctly. Now, as for just educational courses, I just put a link there below. This is something that Trade Ideas allowed me to do on my website there, where me and my fiance sat down during quarantine. We sat down and 39 lessons of teaching her how to trade. It's free. It will always be free. All 39 lessons are there. Again, thank you, Trade Ideas, for that. You can go and check that out at any time. There's, it starts at what is a stock, which may be a little bit too, basic knowledge for some, but it may be perfect for others. And at the end, we're talking about like trading plan development with algorithms and statistics and back tests and yada, yada, yada. So it goes from 0 to, a million pretty quickly. So I would check that out. But again, it's one of those things, how to manage exits. It's going to depend on your trading plan. Some people manage them in parts. They'll sell in parts. Some people like profit targets, and some people avoid profit targets entirely. Really, it's going to be whatever your trading plan requires. A swing trading breakout strategy may have a different exit management than a day trading revision to the mean type of play, right? Revision to the mean, you're probably looking for shorter duration moves, and trend following, you may be looking for longer duration moves. So that's going to completely change the dynamics of your exit. I did answer your question there. You can always rewind YouTube, just FYI. If you miss something, you can just scrub it back. But orders are in the Orders tab in Brokerage Plus. And if you don't have the Orders tab in Brokerage Plus, just go to New and click Orders tab. You can also create a full orders window if you want it to, where you can open up this orders window separately. And again, you can sort by all of the things here. So if I just wanted to see live orders, I can check them out there. Excited to watch these videos. Yeah, I again toot my own horn because it's my website and it's me in the videos, and it's my wife and all of that. So it should be, I should like them, but I have gotten a lot of good feedback from them just because it's me who's been doing this for, since 2005, and with somebody who's never even invested before, right? So it's a very good contrast of, when you've been doing something for long enough, when you start talking about it, you start talking about it in a way that you assume a level of knowledge that may not be there, and use jargon that might not make any sense to people who haven't been in the business very long, things like that. So watch them. They're on the website. They'll always be up there. They'll always be free. Again, Trade Ideas allowed that to happen. So have fun. 39 lessons for kind of everything you need. Can you set the AI price range, for example, below $10? Not at this time. We're going to look to do something like that. Now, what it's going to do is it's just not going to show you anything higher, right? It's not going to change the AI. It's just going to filter out higher price stocks. And the reason for that is because, the AI is running millions of simulations every single night. And if we allowed customization with it, we would have to buy so many servers that it would crush everything and become really, really expensive. So, but yeah, we're working on it. The ability to say, hey, I just don't want to see stocks over X, or I don't want to see stocks under X, or or whatever have you there. So I'm actually, while we're just watching things and chatting, I'm actually going to show this new version just to have this up here. Because I constantly am looking down at my little iPad screen that I have running, playing with this thing, because it's just super cool to me. Oh, there's another little bug. Let's grab a snapshot of that. So you're seeing the development work live in real time, right? They build it, us as nerds play with it, and then oh no, that's not weekly, that's warrant. Never mind. And then eventually, when we play with it enough and we're satisfied with what it's doing, we give them down to you. Snow is very interesting. I want to see this one pull back and maybe put in another low. There's the IPO. Yeah, see, there's the IPO back there. So IPO prices can be very, very important for some of these names. And we're seeing a revision for a lot of them, actually. Did I say there's going to be an iPad version? No. So I have, sorry, but that was, probably shouldn't have said that for just confusion. I'm running on a Mac. With Macs, you can use what they call sidecar. So I can use my iPad as a second screen because I just have one giant monitor. And then I move... so I was just using that as a second screen for this. But, that being said, this is starting to look more and more like it would be a more of a touch-friendly type of endeavor for sure. And, the goal is to get there eventually. I just don't think we're in the neighborhood to start talking about that yet. But Nautilus, I'm in. Still just holding on here. What else am I in? Let's talk about some just trading while we wait for questions. Well, here we go. So there's ANTX, basically long in this kind of area here, looking to scalp out some if we get into there, and looking for a gap fee squeeze there. Again, I did short some GME. This is going to look weird because I bought puts, right? So I'm not bidding at $30. That's just to cover for some put options. You can see my frantic madman drawing with all of this. We really do need a remove all drawing option at some point. But basically the theory on GME is that there's a lot of hype into this move, but it felt, I guess for lack of a better term, it felt anemic on the way up. So will volume work? Yeah, so do lower studies just work? Yes, okay. So it's just lower studies, not upper studies. And yeah, so if we look at the volume on this up move, and let's actually just change this, and we'll go into volume and modify, use up down. We'll set up to green and then down to red. Okay, save. There we go. So yeah, so on these up moves, you can see the declining volume here, right? So this thing is sold off, obviously sold off since all of this. It's pushing up, and then volume's just kind of meh, right? The biggest volume bar in a while was actually this guy, which is encouraging. But looking at this spinning top going on here as well, and we could push down as well. So that's just the theory. Is does this trend break and maybe we go and retest these lows? Basically all I'm looking for. Feel vote Mossy, latest news. Now, see, if you're talking news and Biden administration and stuff like that, FYI, I'm Canadian, so I know nothing about your guys' politics, and you guys know a lot about your guys' politics, and you're always mad about it, so I don't want to know anything about your guys' politics. I trade charts. So I look at MOSY and I say, well, this is a choppy chart. My theory behind a lot of this is that my theory across trading is that everything is in the charts. If you know about the news, everybody else knows about the news. There's AIs that are programmed to read the news and come up with sentiment and, blah, 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 right? It's all these, right? So I just don't think, I've never met anyone in my career who trades off of news more than just like a scalp, like he's got some sort of live news feed piped into his head and says, hey, oil price line thing was hacked, and then finds a bunch of oil stocks he thinks is going to be affected and shorts them, right? Other than that, I've never found anyone who uses news and is profitable as a trader. Investor, maybe. So the only investment I have going on as a non-investment advisor, and for you Canadians, you can have access to this too, is MindMed. I've been investing in MindMed for maybe 6 months to a year now. We go from there. But my theory is that everything is in the charts, right? When I started to trade, I used to use news a lot. I was one of the guys that we actually had a news feed piped right into our head, right? Because it was just you could do that back in the day, and you could react at the same time as a lot of the big institutions. Now that's kind of gone away. Where let's put this, open that, and we'll go pop that. Let's say over here. Yeah, there we are. So it's I would say you probably can't trade right off news like that anymore very successfully. You can do whatever you want. If it's working for you, you have at it. I just think you evaluate the charts. If the chart's going up, then institutions are purchasing it, and if it's going down, people are selling it. And it also makes your life way easier. I have a theory that there's probably no trader in the world out there who's better than 66 to 70% of the time, absolute max. And that most traders are going to be right 50% of the time, probably for their entire life, absolute max. So, develop your theory of why you want to own the stock, however you want, news or fundamentals or whatever. But at the end of the day, use the chart to guide your entries and your exits to make sure that when you're part of that group, which again, I believe that everyone's part of, that's got maybe a 60% win rate, that over the long run, you make money just simply due to risk reward parameters. But again, that's philosophy lesson with Michael. It'd be cool to show similarly moving stocks. Well, we actually have something just like that. And let me go into, why is this not working? Oh, found a bug. Oh no, I didn't. That's working perfectly. Never mind. So if you go into your single stock window, which is why I opened this, and let's actually make this just a little bigger like that. And you see all these tabs on the top of your single stock window, and this is in the current version. If you click on similar, you can actually find competitors in that same name. So if I click on Nautilus, for example, that makes sporting goods equipment, it will also give me other competitors in the same type of a sector. So these are going to be retailers that make things. Now, if you click on price action, what this does is it uses a series of algorithms that we're still working on and tweaking and everything to try to find stocks that look similar to the stock that you've selected, right? So Nautilus, remember we had, a big push down and then it's been chopping sideways for a while. So this one's doing the same type of thing. So if I go into Apple, right, it's going to find, if I go into competitors, you're going to find other stocks that are in radio, television, broadcasting, and wireless communication, which is where Apple is listed. And then if I click on price action, you can see that this is going to be, so just note this up, down, up kind of thing. And in a lot of cases, again, as good as we can with an algorithm, it's going to try to find stocks that have that similar type of movement. So is there an indicator that shows how much correlation there are, some sort of score? Not yet, but why not? I'm giving you guys all the stuff on the horizon anyway. There should be a, I don't know, maybe like, so I'll beg for likes. How about that? There's 70 of you in here. There's only 8 likes on this stream. For the algorithm, I hate doing that. I have to do this with my own YouTube channel, which again, I'll plug because why not? For the algorithm, hit the like button, please. Helps get us up on the list. I saw a bunch of you already did it already. Thank you. I'm giving you away all the new cool stuff we're building, but talking about the correlation coefficient is we're planning on building compare charts into the system. So you think about the comparison of, say SPY versus, I hate to do this, but I'll show you guys a competitor. And this is something that, they hammer into our heads when I took my CMT, but the ability to compare one thing to the other should get you that correlation number, I think, in a better way than just a correlation coefficient. So, for example, this is something that I watch during the day, which is IWO, instead of over US dollars, it's over IWN. So it's growth over value. And this will show the relationship between those two instruments, right? So if it's at 1, then they're just moving kind of in tandem. So, for example, right, Ethereum versus Bitcoin, you can see that Ethereum has been outperforming Bitcoin dramatically. So these type of compare windows have been asked for, and I'm sure they're going to be worked on. But really cool stuff, right? So this is the SPAC ETF over the SPY. So you can see how SPACs have been just getting absolutely murdered relative to the SPY. So basically what you're doing is you're just changing the denominator from US dollars to something else, right? So it's a good way to see A, how things are correlated, and B, how they diverge and when they diverge. What's the very typical pairs trade? It's like Royal Dutch Shell over something else, and you could track those things in through there. So I'm definitely not going to give you a time frame on that because I don't even know where it is in the queue. But ever since I got my CMT and they really hammer that in, I've requested to have that entered, and that request has been approved. It's just where does it sit on the priority of all the other things? And the main reason, as you can see, this is this is the main reason I have that in there, where this is the amount of, again, it's the growth stocks, so low PE ratio stocks versus value stocks or high PE ratio stocks. And it's funny, you hear all the time, everybody been saying in this market, around mid to end of February, trading got really hard for me. And you can see what happened here is that value started to really outperform growth. And then we had this area of chop, and then value really started to outperform growth. So these type of comparison charts can be really good to say, well, what is doing the best when I compare it to other things? Another one is, this is oil over solar. And you can see that, solar had been performing better than oil for a long time, and it looks like that may be reversing now, and solar stocks may be hurting. And then you can see this in the EV market with RIDE, which I know is just rocketing right now. But a lot of these EV names have been kind of getting hit, Tesla, at that same time, right? So not exactly a correlation the way I think you were thinking of it, but I think that will be as valuable, if not more, right? If you wanted to see the correlation of Tesla to Apple, you could just put in Tesla over Apple and just see how they're moving, because as you mentioned yourself when we're having this little chat, is that the correlation will change over time. So you need some sort of a way to do that. Now, when that technology is built, I hope that I will then be able to build a correlation indicator, a bottom of an indicator that you'll be able to put in, a symbol to have as the denominator, and maybe you'll have your candlestick chart up top here, and then down here you'll have correlation type studies. But really, as you can see, user interface, charts, all of these things we're really putting a push on. And this edition right here alone, I cannot stress enough that I think this is us jumping 10 years in UI design right here. Where it's shaking things up for sure. Again, I've only been using it for 2 hours, so I may just be overly excited, kind of fanboy about this stuff. Because again, you have to remember, I was a client of Trade Ideas for 8-9 years before I ever started consulting with them or doing any of this type of thing. So TI will become a one-stop shop for technical analysis. I certainly hope so. Again, as a newly minted CMT, it would be really cool as a just the more CMT-ish stuff that I can do, the more that we can kind of appeal to that audience of people who are, less just day trading and more big kind of stuff. Oh, you use it 10 years too. Geez, yeah. My first account was started in 2006 when I used it at prop firms for one thing. I used it for large bids and large offers way back in the day when those things happened as well. Newly minted. Congrats, pay raise. Yeah, thanks. I actually have it hung on my wall behind me. If you're interested in CMT stuff, let me actually get you this just in case you didn't see it. We actually did a thing. And I know Barry's probably itching to kick me out, or maybe he's just forgot about me entirely. But let me get you this first, where I did an event for our new product that we did together with the CMT. So it has Tyler Wood from CMT talking, and me and Sean in there talking trade ideas and how I use my CMT for trading and all of that kind of stuff, right? But you can check that out. I think that was a really cool thing that we did. And we'll do more of that stuff with Tyler anyway. He's a super cool guy. Let me... No problem. It's an hour. so get ready for it. But it's I think there's some cool lessons there for most. So Barry is kicking me out, guys. As always, on the way out, we do an hour between noon and 1 Eastern every day. Come by for support. Come by for different people chatting about different things. Again, if you didn't like me, there'll be another guy tomorrow. If you did like me, I'll be back next Wednesday. And I will talk to you guys then.
Michael to leave. I think he's leaving. Check into our YouTube room to see if they can hear me. All right, YSG giving me a little bit of profit today now. I am back. All right, guys. So I just was saying to the other room, I got on my break, I got back into the YSG. And so it's starting to work. This came from the gap down, and I took this trade earlier, stopped out for a little loss, and then got back into it. And in essence, trades like this will be helped because the SPY is doing this. Okay, the market's doing this. And even these, I did not take the CUK. This is one I actually took earlier also. I did not retake the CUK though, but the CUK is starting to work also. So guys, on YouTube, you had a little demonstration, right, of what the new trade ideas will look like. I'm going to, I'll have that loaded myself tomorrow. I mean, obviously the biggest change is the ability to have multiple layouts at the same time. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to shamelessly ask for a bunch of likes on our YouTube channel, okay? If you want to exit it, just tell us you like it, okay? I'm trying to get the YouTube viewership up. So, I know Michael asked, he said that he did that. He didn't feel good about doing it, but you know what? I think we've got a great room there in both rooms. I like to get the viewership up. It's that simple. If you want to have a free room, done. Okay. I'm waiting on it, Ahmed. I'm hoping to have the promo code today, okay? If not today, it'll certainly be tomorrow. Okay? Thanks, guys. I'll have to shamelessly ask every day. I guess that's what that can help increase our YouTube viewership. You know, getting a bunch of likes. All right. And for this room here, if you have any friends you're into trading, tell them about the room. All right, I will. But the thing is, Danny, you don't stay in there. The reason being is that I think there's a slight delay on the audio, so you'll get very confused. So you don't have to stay there. But here is the YouTube link, yes. Well, if they're all like you, Gordon, that'll be great. Haha. Thank you. I'm glad you took it in the spirit in which it was delivered. So he's one of the polluters of the universe. There are, okay, so the question was, are there any plans to add more brokers? You're talking about to Brokerage Plus, right? Excuse me. TD is going to be a tough one. TDA, you're talking TDA, is going to be a tough one. There's a real issue with the API. We had actually hoped we'd have it up and running months ago. Fidelity, I know that, you know, they're talking to Fidelity. So if you're asking for plans, yes. When, I have no idea. How's that? Guys, I have to change headsets. Just give me a moment, please. All right, I am back. If you have this one, I think I forgot to take the sound alert off in the shared. So this is saying, oh man, and oh man is right, YSG. Giving me a great percentage move now. So for you Bitcoin players, what is Bitcoin at right now? Is it back over 40 or is it still under 40? And now we have CCS. CCS just resumed after news. Initiates a 15 cent per share quarterly dividend. That was the news. Just over 40 now. Thanks. Wow, guys, this is the day. I mean, look, we kept waiting. Well, kept waiting for, when you're intraday trading, it seems like forever. So there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So as an hour and a half of the market doing nothing really, looking like trying to pick a direction. After that, look at this. Look at this. So why are all these gap down and reverses working? Because of this. So you have to be aware of what the market's doing. Now, do they all work? Of course not, but and MOXC is one of them now too. See where it was first alerted. Had a lot of alerts today in this. I think yesterday we only had about 10 total. So, well, you know what? It's not going to, because I have a don't repeat, so I'm not going to see that symbol again. Initially, this was a gap down and go down. Now it's a reversal, but it's not going to show up here. But it'll show up here. It would show up earlier. It would show up on the break of the high. Yeah, it would have showed up probably around 1310. So, already like a huge move already made. So, I mean, that's the trade-off, If I put a don't repeat on, then I'm not going to see this move for the same symbol. I know it's a little confusing, but I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so Ahmed, just one moment, please. I have a cat who is wanting some food. Just a minute. Oh, the don't repeat. Okay, this is what this is doing is it's only going to show me the stock the very first time I get the alert. After that, I won't see, for instance, I would not see Mara again. If I look at the beginning of the day, and you know, I've had so many alerts that I'd have to do a history because it's only going right back down to 11:10. Okay, I'd have to do a history. But if I went to 11:10, you'll see what I'm talking about, hopefully. You see how this is repeating? MYOV, repeat, repeat, DDD, repeat, 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 as it keeps making a new high. Okay, that's why we see this over and over again. Whereas I'm only going to see it one time in the don't repeat. So I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, I had an alert from Mara at 9:45. The price was 20.57. What did it do from there? Okay, what did it do from there? So I can look and say, okay, 20.57, you know, not bad. All right, makes sense? Just like this one, it's the same thing here. This is probably an easier. Look at core. First time it was alerted was 45.60 at 11:44. What did it do from there? There's the alert right there. So since then, I can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do? Not bad. And it got up to 46.40. Okay, now you're talking about crosses then, right? Because I mean we do have you know, the 200, 50, 20, 10 and 8 SMAs. Yeah, I know. I doubt it. I mean, SMA on a day, I mean, this is the 200 day. This is the 200 day moving average. But, you know, so I mean, there's the 8. Like, what do you want? Yeah, if you're talking about the actual alerts, these are the actual alerts. I doubt they're going to add any more, I'll be honest. Not going to. Well, okay. Okay, so we do have, you know, the 20, 50, and 200 when the price crosses. No, it's not on my webpage. You can easily create it. This is all you have to do. Okay, no, I doubt very much that we're going to do this option trader. Haven't made any changes to added filters like that for a long time. So I don't want to say, oh yeah, it could happen, because I just don't think it will. So to turn this into the don't repeat, all you have to do is this. Just right click, duplicate the window, right click, properties, don't repeat. Now you can pick your time frame. You don't have to go for the day, but I've done it for the day. You can do for an hour if you want. Okay, for the day, say okay. Now I would give it another name, the window name, and then that's what I did. I just added DR, so I know it's a don't repeat. Okay. I'm showing you that because then you can do the same thing for other ones that you may not just multi-strategy windows, but alert windows that you might want to set up as a don't repeat. Ha! That'll be a bit of a road trip for me, but okay. Always like Calgary. All right, SQSP is open, so that did not show up as a resume. What was the price? What was the IPO price? So I don't have to look it up. What was it pricing at, and how many shares? I'll do it myself. Like I tell everybody. All right, here we go. So I also wanted to say, oh, that's right. This is the huge one. Look at who's behind it. So yeah, 40 million at $50. So it's not above the IPO price. But look who's behind it: Goldman, JP, Barclays, RBC, Citigroup, etc., etc., etc. Huge number of heavy hitters behind this one. But it's interesting. It has not moved from that 50. You're wondering if GMS could go later on in the day. It sounds like you have GMS and you're hoping it would. I have no idea if it'll go later on in the day. I mean, it's setting up not badly if it can take out this 4440, this area. You type it in correctly? SQSP, you've typed it in correctly? Okay. Not too exciting, really. I mean, there's no premium at all. Yeah, the min minus 0.25 and the max 0.25, yes. Okay? So min minus 0.25, max positive, like 0.25, yeah. MOSY, let's see. Yeah, it is. Looks like it is trying to break out of here a little bit. All right, guys. Excuse me, guys. I'm just checking to see if there's anything coming in late. This one just came in late. PASG. Gap down and go. Ooh, this could be interesting. Except, let's see, what are the lows here? Low is 13.15. Low is 13.11. This has a little bit of room on the monthly chart, guys. PASG. This is not recovered at all. But it is down 13%, and it's not a big volume. A lot of volume. But look at the room. I mean, it has some room underneath to about that 13 level. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get out of it. I mean, I've been sitting at 1381 for a while now. They won't fill me. I guess, well, it's down 13%. I guess there's just no action on the ask. Enough action on the ask. Real could be interesting again. And it pulled back. 1542. The high was 1552. Again, the only issue is, maybe not that interesting. 1570 is the high here. If this can take off 1570, maybe tomorrow, maybe today. I doubt if it's going to do it today. But if it took it out tomorrow, look at the room it's got. See, it's a good thing I didn't get it so far. PASG. Boy, that's what you want to see in a trend. Look at this 15-minute. I mean, this 45 minutes right there wasn't great because of the bottoming tails, but look at this 15 minutes. So overall, 15-minute chart overall for YSG. That's what you'd love to see. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, this is not, I don't understand why we have this as an earnings play. I mean, it's supposed to be a blank check company, but it has earnings. ETWO. Am I missing something here? Or partners with Air France. So has that been done? I'm a little bit confused because we have it as an earnings play, doing well. You can see as a SPAC, that's about the SPAC price of 10. Yeah, not a lot of enthusiasm for it. I'm a little bit surprised. And not huge volume yet. I mean, 40 million out, 40 million. It's only 2.3 million so far. I know it's only been open for 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes, but there certainly has not been a rush to get into this. I think it's this weekend. I think it's this weekend, isn't it? The 24th? Yeah, the 24th is, yeah, it'll be this weekend. Yeah, I'm not taking it, of course. I get Memorial Day with the rest of the U.S. Well, no, the U.S. markets are open. I don't, I take the U.S. holidays, not the Canadian ones. Yeah, it's the last Monday. Yeah, Memorial Day is the last Monday. It's the 31st, isn't it? So it's the last Monday in the last Monday in the month. Never heard that one, but okay. Yeah, it's trading at 50, basically 50. I thought with all that, all those big heavy hitters behind it, I mean, it's 40 million in the float, so I mean, there is that. Sam, hi. Guys, this is the very first option play today in the option scanner. Haven't had one all day long. TPGY. Yeah, the only way it would take this if it took out the high yesterday, which is 1250. If it does that, it has some room, guys. You must have changed the filter then. Yeah, because this price range it's out of the price range that I look at. I mean, nothing wrong with that, of course. Yeah, I've got one to $25, so that's the reason. You must be in a topless window then, Gordon. I don't know. You'd have to show me the scan. I don't like give me the scan. You must be in a topless window if it's sorting on position and range. Yeah, then that's a topless window. So you can sort on any column you want. If you have the gap percent as a column, this is how you sort on the various columns. So here are my columns. Yeah, Zach just posted that VVPR, Canadian Distribution Agreement for Tembo electric light vehicles. He just posted that news. So again, you can sort on any column you want. You just have to left click a couple of times. Okay? So you're saying it's sorted on the position and range. You can sort on any. So you have to have the gap percent as a column, and then you can sort on it. Yeah, double left click. Quickly. Like, I don't think like left, left. No, it has to be. It has to be a couple of fast double left clicks. Sound like a drill major. I'm surprised this was not halted on that move. Seemed like it went up fast enough, but evidently not. So why does this happen? 7.5 million in the float. We see any bottoming tails there, Riley? Anything of interest? Okay, guys, watch your longs now. If you're trading with the market, obviously take a look at the SPY. SPY is starting to move down a little bit here. Okay, there's the first red candle, 2 in a row now. What's the time? 1:38. So 7 minutes, less than 7 minutes for this to close. If this closes, below here, if this turns into a giant red candle, watch out for your longs. All right, guys, I will be back in about 5 minutes. All right, so here is the press release. Here's the press release. That's why VVVR is moving higher. So they're talking about could be worth 120 million US total value over the life of the proposed agreement, which is to 2026. So with only 7.5 million in the float, I mean that's pretty significant for this company, obviously. And we had it here in our news also, so well, I can't tell you if the gap percent is the best column to sort by. I mean, you can try it. I mean, you're looking for the biggest gaps, and that obviously that's going to show you the biggest gaps if that's what you want to see. Understand that that is not a strategy. That in a top list, you cannot trade the top list. You have to, if you wanted to add it as one click, you have to create an alert window out of it. You cannot put a top list in here and trade it. It has to be an alert window. So your thing is you're going to have to create an alert, like a new high or a new low or something like that. You cannot trade, auto trade or anything like that top list windows. They have to be has to have a trigger. It has to have some kind of a trigger. Top list windows don't have triggers. You're just sorting on different columns, ranking things, but there's no real trigger. So you can create an alert window with those filters in place. And now I can't tell you what trigger you're going to use. I mean, you can try a new high for the day or a new low for the day, depending on what direction you want. How is this a direct offering? I don't get that. How is this a direct offering when all those huge players are behind it? I thought that was the whole idea, is to bypass the big financial institutions and do a direct offering. I must be missing something here. Yeah, that's a filter though. That's a filter, Gordon. Okay, the first screen. I mean, the only thing I can say then is to use the opening range break. 1 minute opening range or 15 or whatever. That is a trigger. That is an alert. You can try that. How would I analyze a SPY? I don't typically. Yeah, I mean, look what, I mean, it's just chopping around. Hard to know. I mean, obviously above here would be bullish, down here would be bearish. I mean, it's, right now it's just kind of chopping around. I mean, this was a fairly key area for it to try to hold, I guess. It tried this morning to take out this low of 4 days ago, but it didn't. So it's hard to know where it's going from here. Another one on the move, ARPO, coming into 231 is the next high looking left, so it's could be coming into resistance. Unfortunately, I wish that weren't there. This could, I mean, look at the week it's having. Or is this mainly today? No, this is the week. This is the week. I mean, this started down here around $1.32. Actually, last Friday it closed at around $1.13, so it's doubled. ARPO is doubled, and we're only Wednesday. Doubled from the close of last week. But I think this is going to be some pretty decent resistance for it. If it can take that out though, which is right here, 231, then you can see it's got a shot into this area here. Look at the volume this month. Look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume this week. Holy smokes, look at the volume this week. Look at the volume today. But seriously, there's a ton of volume this week. May 13th was earnings. This was the reaction right here. Yeah, this was the reaction to earnings. No big deal. I mean, there it was. The next day, really nothing. And then after that, look at this. After earnings. Well, I typically shy away the first 15. I think opportunities come all day long, with the types of scans that I have anyway. And in fact, I would argue that some of the best setups are later on in the day. And I'm not talking about power hour, after 1 o'clock. And it's not just because it's 1 o'clock or lunch or anything like that. It's just that a lot of times stocks that were really whipping in the first hour, 15 minutes or a half an hour, maybe they've kind of settled down and then, for a breather, and then they start again. So I'm certainly not one. Now, in the first half an hour is where you get the most dramatic moves. It's also, in my opinion, the hardest to trade. So I typically don't. And I'm perfectly willing to let something that starts off and just keeps going higher and higher and higher right from the get-go. It's going to happen. I don't beat myself up about it anymore. I used to. I used to say, man, why didn't I take that one? Because the next time I take that one, it pops up and then just take a look in the opening 15 minutes. How many stocks have, topping tails and bottoming tails, more or less directionless? So I always, for me, trading is psychological. For me anyway. Nothing worse than starting off with a couple of bad trades. Puts you in a bad frame of mind. Throws all the discipline out, perhaps. You've got to make up for the losing trades, etc., etc. So I used to do it. Hey, I used to try to trade the, 9:30 plus 5 seconds, I'd be in there. But I just got beaten up so many times. There was a time I wouldn't trade in the first hour. I'm not quite that dramatic now, but oh, I made my stops. I would just get stopped out. It's not that I didn't obey my stops, but I would just get stopped out over and over and over again. Puts you in a bad frame of mind. He's put me in a bad frame of mind. I can't speak for others, but I would say that if you were trading 20 years ago, then you almost had to do things in the first hour because, especially in the summer, things would really. I mean, you look at this one. I mean, out of nowhere, boom. I don't find the summer slow. No. I mean, earnings season is going to be. We're right at the tail end of earnings season. We have some of the big retailers. I think Walmart, Target, obviously today. I think Walmart is it Walmart tomorrow, May 18th. Yeah, so Walmart is. Oh, I'm sorry, Walmart already was up. But some of the big retailers this week. I think next week we're really going to tail off. But that's not just because it's summer. It's just because we're really at the tail end of earnings season. Here are the earnings today, as an example, as I have them sorted. Not bad. 2 weeks ago, this was full. I wouldn't have even been able to display them all. Okay. Next week, we may only get 2 or 3. So, I mean, it slows down because of earnings. Okay. I'm actually surprised it's been as active as it has been this week regarding earnings. Yeah, so for instance, next week we've got 120 companies releasing earnings next week. This week we had about 240, so about half next week. Hey guys, TPG, let's see now. All right, let's see if this can go. This just took out that high of yesterday. It's got some room. All right, guys, we have a mini winner. Mini winner. Bit of a spread issue, but a mini winner so far. I'm talking about the TPGY. As Real would say, it's at the top of a channel. One more pop. I was never an artist as a kid. Well, guys, I mean, I didn't take it here, but I mean, if there's only one alert today from this, 12:30, there it goes. All right, guys. 12:36 from the options scanner, 12:78 now. I didn't take it here. I wanted to wait for this break. The break of yesterday's high. Um, Just have to have that bid catch up to the ask, and I'm probably taking some out. Now these guys are going to want to short it, so I got to be careful. Zach and Zorro. You took this one, guys. I can't tell you when you're going to take some profit, but I mean, all right, guys. I've been taking some out here. TPGY. Yeah, I got to put myself on mute again. Just a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. So, all out of this now. I don't know what it's going to do from here, but other than the fact that Zach and Zorro are shorting it. Okay, D Shaw, yeah. For me, anything, the question was YouTube room. What do I consider a low float? What do I consider a low float is, yeah, anything under 20 million. Why must I be swearing now? Take a look at the SPY. Yeah, hardly any. Let me get rid of that. Yeah, no reaction really. 2-minute chart, really not that big of a reaction. I never consider it like that, D Shaw. I just look at the absolute number. I don't think it really. I don't really. Well, for me anyway, I've never ever considered the float versus the shares outstanding. I mean, typically these small guys, I'm looking at the SPY. These small guys, I mean, you know the definition of the float. So if I take the outstanding shares, subtracting, all the insiders and mutual funds, then you get the float. Now, the small guys rarely have any large mutual funds in them. So you're usually having to get rid of the... So that was a short-lived one, guys, but it worked. It worked well. Short-lived, but worked well. Anyway, to answer your question, I never take into consideration how many shares outstanding versus the float. Okay, I just look at the pure float. Now, that's just me. I mean, if you want to figure out a way to say, okay, well, the shares outstanding the float divided by the shares outstanding to get some kind of a number ratio. I've just never done that. Yep. No, I was very aware of this channel, guys. Very, very aware of it. Okay. This is my trading view. Very aware of it. Is that you in YouTube though too, D Shaw? Is that you now, Digant? Oh, I see. Okay. I was wondering what you were thanking me for. Okay. Hey, you people in YouTube, don't forget to like me. I'm not big on self-promoting, guys. But I've been sort of given the word. I can think of 10 reasons it's real. Some might come up with other ones, but I can think of 10. Excellent. I don't know about recommending. I mean, listen. TradingView was such a cheap subscription, and I was interested. We started talking. Real started talking about these channel breaks. Well, I don't know how many months ago. So I was intrigued by it. Interactive Brokers does have something like that. I don't know how exactly it compares to TradingView. I don't know how it compares to Reels. I mean, Reel has a very specific one from Thinkorswim. I have found though that for TradingView, for me, I thought for what I was going to pay for the year, I thought why not just do it. So I have been, I have it up and running every day, glancing at the channel, just glancing to see how close. If I'm going to take a trade, is it at the top? If I'm going to buy, is it at the bottom? Just things like that. So I am aware. I would probably, if I weren't, answering questions and all that, I'd probably be a lot more focused on keeping an eye on the channels. And guess what? We're hoping to have channels on our charts too. Yeah, so I'm all out of everything, guys. The YSG was nice, but I'm all out. The minute, once the SPY started doing this, that little red bar right there, which is a little while ago, this is what was happening here. And I thought, you know what? And the only reason this was going up, in my opinion, was because the SPY was going up. I don't want to be, I don't want to pass up some nice percentage gains by being stubborn. Interesting reel. Well, we have the real stamp of approval. That doesn't mean you're not using TOS though. Now the linking here is a breeze. I mean, it's an absolute breeze. I mean, look how, look how fast that is. Look, guys. I mean, there's no pause whatsoever. I know we have a deal kind of with TrendSpider, but I didn't like TrendSpider. I'll be honest, I did not like TrendSpider that much. Also, when we have the link, I found that it was enough of a delay, that I just didn't like it. You can put anything in there, Gordon. Yeah, that's what I do in all of these. I know you're using something different, but maybe not. Well, of course, yeah. The gap up, of course, I don't have them both. But you can combine them if you want to have one window showing the gap up and gap downs using the plus like 4% and -4. You can do that. Yes. Yeah. If you're looking for gap downs at least 4%, then in the max it's -4. Yeah, I don't think there is anything documentation on the Brokerage Plus window. I don't think there is. I mean, most of it is pretty self-explanatory. Maximum P&L, distance from the exit price, today's P&L, stock price. I mean, most of it is pretty self-explanatory. If I look at all these columns, first of all, I think we have too many columns. I think we've made it too difficult. Not difficult, but giving too many options, too many choices. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know half this stuff is. Okay, because it doesn't interest me. Granted, something might interest you or you, but I just find we're giving too many choices. We should make it a lot easier. Get rid of a lot of these columns. But I mean, no change in the last 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 60 minutes. I mean, most of this I think is fairly self-explanatory. How about this, Digan? If it's not, don't use it. Okay? If you don't understand it, if it doesn't make sense for you, then don't use it. That's what I do. If I don't understand something right off the bat, you know what it's like? It's like looking at a chart. If I have to look at a chart and say, I wonder if there's an entry here, I wonder if there's something here that I can, if I have to really try to overanalyze a chart, I just pass it. I don't try. If it doesn't come to me reasonably quickly, where I think, I could get in here or I could get out there, then I just pass it. Typically, that's what happens when you see kind of choppy looking charts. People ask me, what do you think of this? And I look at it, I can look at a chart and go, wow, to me, it's so choppy. I wouldn't touch it. So that's how I size things up, because there's just too many other good looking charts. Why beat yourself up trying to figure out an entry on some kind of a choppy looking chart just because you might like, you've heard some news about the company, or that's the way I trade anyway. Oh, sorry, LD. Yeah, so there's only two options with our charts. Right click, properties, symbol linking. Okay, it's either checked or it's unchecked. So this is unchecked. These are all checked. That's why they all change. Hey, no problem. Only Zach has shorts for this. You mean the rapid singles? You mean you're talking about the rapid dating, whatever they call that? Give your best pitch in 30 seconds and then move on. Speed dating, that's what I meant. My first question would be, do you know what a candlestick chart is? And if the answer is, then I'm on. I move on. Next question, who's your favorite stooge? If you don't know what I'm talking about, I move on. I'm sorry, guys. I think I'm getting a little punch drunk after almost a week and a half. Well, if you have, well, no, well, you can, I don't understand the question, Gordon. I mean, if you don't put any values in, then you're not using it as a filter. You can use, okay, maybe this is the answer to your question. You can have it as a column and then sort on the column without actually having it as a filter. Does that make sense? Okay. Sorry, guys, I opened up a can of worms. It always takes 100. Yeah, no, there's no other there are no other parameter. I mean, that's just a standard 100 shares, no other parameters, okay? Yeah, right. If you don't know if you don't know who the fish is, it's you. I haven't seen that movie. Guys, I'm sorry. If anybody's showing up brand new right now wondering, well, why are we talking about this stuff, deviating? This doesn't happen very often, okay? So, every now and then, every now and then. Okay, the second question, total trades versus today's trades, AI strategy. Okay, I'm not quite understanding. This is what happens with the AI. Okay, so last night, once the market closed, the AI went through an optimization procedure. Out of the 65 or 70, I really don't know anymore. The baseline strategies that we call. These are the ones that made the cut. Okay, these are the ones that made the cut. Okay. Now, out of all the ones that made the cut, even though all these made the cut, all these strategies, these produced nothing. None of the filters that are in place created any alerts. Does that make sense? Okay, which one? I'd have to find the, I'm not sure I know which screen you're looking at. Total trades. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, total trades. Yeah, so from this strategy, there was one trade. From this strategy, there were one trade. From this strategy, there were two trades, yes. You don't see the two, you only see the last one. That's why I never have this window open. So there were two trades from this strategy called pullback short. The last one was playa. That's why we see it. So that's what that means. And here they are. I can do some very quick math. 1 plus 1 plus 2 equals 4. Well, these are the total trades. So I don't understand. These are the, okay, but these are the trades today in each individual one. I mean, I'm sure if there's a column called total trades somewhere, it should say 4. Here they are. All I would do is have this window open. Never mind anything else. I would just have this window open so you can see the AI alerts as they come in over the course of the day. Make it super simple. If you're asking how many, are you talking about the back testing itself? On the AI strategy window. So you're not talking about this window. You're not talking about right-clicking here, obviously. Sorry, I'm a little bit stumped by what you're trying to do here. All I can tell you is the total trades today were this. If you're asking... Okay. Okay. I think you're okay. This is what happened. Okay, understand what the optimization procedure is. I think I understand your question now. So tonight the market, well, once the market closes, the AI gets onto an optimization procedure. It's not exactly back testing. It sort of is, but it isn't. It would do this. It would do something like this. Well, it is back testing. But it takes a look at each strategy. Imagine if this were a strategy. It takes a look at each strategy. Okay, runs the back tester. Yes, it runs the back tester. If this were an AI strategy. So it would run the back tester. And if it didn't look very good, if the win percentage profit factor didn't look very good, and I have no way of knowing how many trades, how many actual trades over the last 63 trading days there would be, because it goes usually it back tests for 63 trading days. So I don't know how many it would find, have no way of knowing. If it was a very, very, very small sample size, then it wouldn't even register. Then we wouldn't use it as a strategy. But then what happens is, so we get we get an equity curve of some sort. Let's just do one. It's not a good idea to backtest during market hours, but let me just backtest to show you kind of what I'm talking about. And the reason why it's not a good idea is because it can really bog down the very last percent or so. Watch it just whip through it. Oh, look at this. Okay. Okay, so this is obviously, I just back tested this to show you. Imagine if this curve, this is the equity curve, okay? If this curve was a little bit like this, not looking too bad, but the win percentage wasn't great, the profit factor wasn't that great. So then it goes into an optimization routine and starts looking maybe different price ranges. Is there a and not to cherry pick though. You don't want to say, okay, we're only going to do 20 to 24, 40 to 44. Okay, it has to be maybe a solid range, but maybe a time of day. Understand, I don't do any of this. This is what you would have to do if you wanted to backtest your own strategies. But you might be able to find, maybe, between 10 and 12, best time. I'm not saying in this case, obviously, but you would start to see the profit factors, win percentages, over the course of the day, and there might be a better time to take these trades over another time. There might be, I mean, there are so many, here are all the filters that you can, I mean, it can run through every single filter. Again, this is a computer doing all this. So that's what happens. It runs through this optimization routine. It might take a, let me just back out of here. It might take a filter out. It might add one in. It might, I mean, I've got the current volume as 1. Let's change it to 1.5. Run that backtester and see what happens. Monte Carlo simulation, exactly. So you know the term, okay. So that's what it's all about. So at the end of the routine, these are the ones that made the cut from running it last night. Tomorrow, we have no idea which ones are going to make the cut. Making the cut typically meaning the right profit factor and win percentage combination. All right. You're making me do this against my will. I see what you're saying. So this must have been back to, I see what you're saying. So probably found 300. Okay, I guess in the back testing, I've never seen this before. Okay, forget about it. But I guess this is what this meant. When it back tested it, and I don't know, like this one, Count de Monet. I don't know how far it back tested it. Was it 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? I don't know. I guess it found 56 trades. Yes, I got you. Okay. 56, yeah, 56 occurrences where all the filters were met. So if I back tested that, I mean, we would find a lot in here. If I back tested this for 90 days, we would find a lot. I've never even seen that column. I'm going to delete it. Bye-bye. It's just never occurred to me to wonder about something like that. you know? Yeah, listen, there are many different. Well, look at the SPY, guys. Remember, we were sort of going, uh-oh, but look at the SPY right now. It's a nice big green candle right there. It's wiping all this out. Hey, listen, there are many, many, many ways to use trade ideas. Our standard service, is awesome as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the AI, I'll be honest, it's not really for me. It's not my style of trading. I mean, I'll glance at it every now and then to see if there's anything of interest to me. I don't take the trades as they come in. I have a certain price range. There was only one today, the Playa, I was kind of interested in it, but it's done nothing. But for me, I like to create my own scans. Have we looked? Yes, we saw Mosey early on today. I know it was around 5. Okay, there it is. And it popped up to 574. You guys are talking about Alta Vista? There's a throwback. Jeeves. Well, I don't understand. If you keep the alerts in, if you keep the alerts in place, don't understand what you mean by that exactly. I mean, here here's an example of an alert window. Okay, here are my filters. Every time a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get an alert. So if you keep your alerts in place, you'll as long as a stock keeps meeting these requirements, you'll get an alert. So if I could pay a little more attention, so 139, 1580 for higher, not bad. I mean, look at this. What did it get to? Actually, my goodness, it went from 1580 all the way up to 1669, pulled back. Bottoming tails, looks like it could continue. Yeah, so Brian, I mean, there's a lot in trade ideas, but you don't have to know everything. Somebody's making a comment in YouTube that, there's more in trade ideas than his subscription from 4 years ago. But you don't have to know everything, of course. 4 years ago, I don't even know if we had charts. I think maybe 4 years ago is when we started charts. No, okay, yeah, it was just probably starting, yeah, 2000 and I thought it was 2016. I might be wrong. All right, so there's only one time. I'm not sure I understand, Gordon. There's only one time of an opening range breakout, right? You'll get an alert. If it happens at any time during the day, you'll get an alert. All right, but at only one time. So in other words, just to let you know, if you have a 15-minute opening range breakout and it breaks out, and then the price comes back down, and then it breaks out again, you will not get an alert again. Okay, you only get the alert the first time it ever breaks. That's it. So, I mean, it's an alert. It's going to, so every time, if after, 5 minutes, let's just say you have an opening 5-minute breakout. So you know what it is. I mean, it's got to break out either the high or the low. If it remained in between for 4 hours, of course, you don't get an alert. But if after 4 hours, if it took it out, you'll get an alert. You don't have to set the time frame. Whenever it happens, you'll get an alert. If you heard what I just said. Let's see if I can find again. Let's pretend that candle there was the opening 15-minute range. Okay, let's just pretend that was it. And then over the next 2 hours, the stock just did nothing. It didn't break it on the high side. It didn't break it on the low side. It just did nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And then 2 hours later, it popped over it. You'll get an alert, a real-time alert. Okay? So it's not a matter of setting the time. If you only want to see them if they break it in the first 30 minutes or 15 minutes or something like that, then you could add the count, you could add the time of day filter to stop it after, say, 30 minutes. Okay, and this is the time of day. Okay, so if you only cared about if any one of these ranges were broken in, say, the first 30 minutes, then right click, configure, search, and type in time. All right, time of day. This is the filter. Add the filter, maximum 30 minutes if that's what you want to do. Okay. Yes, okay, Eureka. We've got liftoff. See, I do it the reverse. Here, I don't want to see any alerts for the first 15 minutes, so I put that time of day, and I basically have set in these two windows, don't show me anything in the first 15. Same as I've done here. Don't show me anything in the first 15. That's just me. That's what because I don't, things just are too whippy for me, especially the gaps. Yeah, but that was way after 15 minutes. I'm just saying I delay this. I don't see anything until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. See, there was the first alert, Maroth, 9:45. And the gap down in reverse was here for YSG. That happened at 10:44. Yeah, but as I've explained before, I've been burnt way too many times taking things at the open. And they just, they might pop up quickly and pop right down quickly. So totally up to you. If you're saying, yeah, but you could have taken it right here, of course. In this particular case, would have been awesome. How about the times where it does this and then just drops immediately? Okay. Of course, if you can, in retrospect, sure, of course I would have loved to have known this. But I knew it here. I mean, it's not that it was that late. And there's another one to be banned from YouTube. We've had a bunch of crazies last couple of days. Yeah, I'll thank you later, Gelato. How crazy or stupid do people think we are? I guess they think we're pretty stupid. All right, guys, it is now 2:36. We're getting, I'm actually kind of itching to take a look at the new layout. And I'll be able to demonstrate it tomorrow, I hope, assuming I get it up and running the way I want. Is there a scale? Real, you never fail to crack me up. All right, so one last talk about my home page. I don't know, I don't see the promo code. I was hoping to have that promo code. Actually, give me a moment here. It might have come in my email. Let me just give me a second. Check my email, see if they're there. No, well, come back tomorrow, guys. I'm sure I'll have a nice promo code tomorrow, okay? So come back tomorrow. Okay, so the only thing I can think of doing there, you're right. You can look at the position and range. Not. You can look at the position. You can try this. Okay, couple of ones. Type in consolidation. This will give you pretty decent consolidation. Okay, just type in consolidation. Go down here. See days. So you can add the filter. So you can say what 5 to 10 days sideways. Yeah, try 5, 6, 7, 8. See what sort of alerts you get. With other filters in place. That would be a start. The other one would be okay, so here's a 5-day range, a 10-day range, and a 20-day range as an example. So you could really narrow it. So a 5-day range, percent, maximum, 1%. Some really low number. And just see again what you would, just see what you would get. Zim just popped. Okay, it's an earnings play. I can see. So it must have made a new low or something. But what did it break? I don't understand what it broke. There's the 15-minute opening. There's the low. 45.15. So I guess it must have broken it right around there. Well, the AI has been in Zim since 10:30. Well, not since 10:30. It's out of it, but it was an alert at 10:30. All right, guys. Again, I'm just going to show you my homepage and a lot of information on my homepage. So I suggest you save the link because you can take a look at all this later on. You don't have to do it while the room's open or anything like that. Change from the close is the previous day. Yes, Saeed. Well, so we have a lot of 5-minute. Okay, change from the last 5 minutes. No, I see what. There's YI, guys. I had this YI thinking about this one. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, I mean, with the 5-minute range, in dollar and percent, and the change in 5 minutes. So, I mean, I don't know if you can use these. You want to see something at the top of the 5-minute range, so it's really closed at the top. You'd have to put a minimum of 100. You might not. I don't know how many you'd get, but do you see what I mean? Okay, good. All right, so a lot of information on my homepage. So if you click on my tab, or I put the link in here, there's my tab right there, Barry's homepage. Click on the link. So I would not take out a subscription right now. You might as well wait for a better promo code. I'm sure it's going to be 25%, okay? So come back into the room tomorrow. I can give you a better promo code. Just don't have it right now. I thought I'd have it. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day. These are free. Everything is free. You can take a look at, of course, you need trade ideas to see all my scans. Here's the layout that I'm sharing. A lot of individual scans, including the one I talk about all day, the gap continuation or reverse. And the other one that just gave one, but it was really good, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, so a lot of individual scans that I'm sharing. And a lot of education is here. 20 lessons. You know, what's a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them. A lot of information, all the basic features of trade ideas explained here. So again, if you're unsure about things, this is probably a great place to start. Daily support in YouTube between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. I'm probably back to our schedule next week. Been off for the last 2. Educational videos. You want a little more information about the AI. Starting from scratch. Trade ideas from scratch. So we have some videos here. And again, back to basics. Brand new to trading. Never traded a stock in your life. And kind of wondering what it's all about. I think this is a pretty good video series. Very quick, 36 quick videos. Starting off with what is a stock? And then some ebooks that we created. Okay, so a lot of information on my homepage. All you have to do is save my link. You can look at it all later on. Okay, Saeed, you may try this. The consecutive candles. Okay. It's not going to give you exactly what you're looking for, but consecutive candles. Okay, 5 minute. Here we have the various time frames. So if you add the filter, we use negative numbers. So if you want to see 2 5-minute candles, and like the second one lower than the first one, you know, you could put -2 in here as an example. That will show you stocks in which you have 1 5-minute candle and the next one is lower. Okay. Remember that's a filter though. So you can either, you can use that as a top list if you want, and put that in as a top list, and then you'll just see the stocks. Use the column as a top list, and you'll see the stocks in which you have 2 consecutive 5-minute candles down. Okay, Brian. This is a question I haven't answered a lot of these last week, but this is a good question. For those of you with multiple monitors, I have 3 monitors. All right, you see, this is the screen that you see. This is the one I share. So, for you, Brian, and anybody else with multiple monitors, and even if you didn't have a even if you just have one monitor, you don't want to have to every day rearrange your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them. So now this is going to maybe be a moot point when I start taking a look at the new, at the new build. But anyway, for right now, so take your toolbar, put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Okay. Again, if you only have one monitor, just stick it in the upper left-hand corner. Then rearrange all of your trade ideas windows where you want them. You know, I've got this on my other monitor. I've got several. Did I say YouTube? I have several trade ideas windows on my other monitors. I put them exactly where I want them. Okay, once I've done that, and go to Tools, from our toolbar, click on Tools, Options, and Layouts. And then you see where it says Open Relative to Main Window? Check that and save it. Now, I always save your work, but if at the very least, you know, when you file and exit, I'm not going to do it because it destroys my link. File, exit, and say yes. First of all, what that does is it saved all your work, including the aspect of, or the idea that you have now created a layout and you've put all of your monitor, all your trade ideas windows on your different monitors, and you've arranged them exactly where you want them. So it has saved that. When you start trade ideas again, all of your windows will be where you want them to be. So Brian, it's not quite what you asked, but I think that is really what will help you. In fact, I know. Yeah, I'm just saying no. We want it to default to another screen. Yeah. So just what is the one I'm using? I haven't changed it for so darn long. I think it's if you look up lin reg plus plus and then lucem, L-U-C-E-M-A-N-B. It may not be exactly, but this is what I'm using. So who asked that question? So that's what I'm using. It's called lin reg plus plus and then open square bracket lucem, L-U-C-E-M A-N-B close bracket. That's what I'm using. You're right, there are a ton of them. I kind of like the presentation where it gives you a little buy, a little buy signal, little sell signal. And then JB is using something different, perhaps. Oh, that's the same one. I see. Okay. There's the link for it. So JB put the link in. Kind of a crazy character. Is that you, JB? Is this you? I think if you put it here though, for instance, watch if I click on a channel, okay, it will not. I'll just do it. See what happens? That's why I always put in case you click on a channel. Well, that's the developer, okay. So that's why I always put it in the top left-hand corner. It makes it easy. Yeah, look at this, guys. There is only one positive sector, SMH. This morning there was really only one. It was gold. But look at gold now. Nice to see you back in the room, Paradox. A little bit of lag here. What's going on? All right, guys. So I'll shut this room down at 3 o'clock, and I'll be able to take a look at the new build. This is the biggest. This is the biggest change we've had in a long time. No. Really. I mean, it's in its real infancy. I wouldn't even call it a beta testing. I would call it more between alpha and beta. Seriously. I mean, we have been given now the task to take a look at it. So it is really, really new. I have no idea when it'll be released. No, the AI strategies are proprietary. So you cannot see the filter. You cannot see anything within them. No. You're welcome, Christino. Don't forget to like me. Anybody in YouTube, just say you like the channel, please. We're trying to build up our viewership. One viewer at a time. I do remember you're trying to beat Holly. I do. No, the ad did not trigger TRNS, no. One reason, the volume is too low. Got to be careful too, your volume is so low. So even though it is an earnings play, you got to be super careful with volume like that. I mean, look, this is ugly. I mean, and the 15 is maybe not too bad, but look how spotty it is on a 2-minute chart, even on a 5-minute chart. Little gaps here and there. This is, the sort of, remember I was talking about sizing up a chart? I look at this, I run. Well, by this time of the day at 257 and only 74,000, I mean, you would expect a company that releases earnings and only 6.5 million in the float. That's another thing you've really got to be careful of. With a high-priced stock, fairly high-priced stock with a low float, I mean, the rug can get pulled just like that. I would expect this one to have traded at least 500,000 shares by now, if not more. Am I on TikTok? I am not on TikTok. You don't want to see my moves. Okay, please like and subscribe. Those who are left in our YouTube room, please like and subscribe. Gordon, you're going to have to experiment yourself. I have no idea what sort of alerts you're going to get. That's the whole idea of this. You're going to have to experiment yourself to see, what you get. I mean, a float filter to 10 mil, you mean a minimum? I mean, I can't tell you that that's going to give you everything you want. I would probably want to have relative volume though, of 2 or something like that. You want. Listen, typically when a stock like this one is trading 4.4 times normal. That's pretty terrible though. If 74,000 represents 4.4 times normal, this thing doesn't trade. You know, you got to shy away from it. Just shy away from it. Can you work remotely? Yeah, well, we were in a bit of a hiring phase. When we need more people, we'll let you know, and you'll send in a resume. Yeah, try 300,000. Okay, I agree, Dreamer. Try 300,000, okay? See what happens. I can't tell you. Like you're asking me, for the absolute numbers that are going to give you the results you want. I don't know what those numbers are going to be. I do know this. 74,000 shares traded at 3 o'clock for a company that has released earnings is, shy away from it. Which one? You mean Transcat? Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about the catalyst, DK and G. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. DraftKings shares quiet as the Seminole tribe of Florida issues press release confirming approval by state of Florida for gaming compact between state and tribe. Is this what you're talking about? So what's the point of this? Is this competition? I see. All right, guys. 2 days left in the test drive. So just going to get my script in. I'm going to shut the room down now and take a look at the new build, my new toy. No, the countdown's over. Done. All right, guys, we shall see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening. And again, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Bye-bye. Hey, you're welcome, Brian.